So guys, I'm coming to you from my office again. And the reason for that is, again, it's been really cold and I haven't really been able to do some of the projects out in the garage that I've really been wanting to do. First and foremost, I want to give you a full install video on the Tab Performance Redline Series 2-in-1 on the Road Glide Special and sound clips. And I can't do the sound clips right now to compare to other exhausts because the weather's just horrible. So what I put together in today's video is a comprehensive video covering a lot of the upgrades and product information and knowledge that I've shared over the 3.5 years or so that I've had this channel up and running. What I will do, so that you don't have to watch this whole video, I'll have chapters down in the description. So if you want to learn about exhaust, for example, I'll have a chapter on exhaust. You click on that. If you want to learn how to put heated grips on your Street Glide or Road Glide, I'll have a chapter for that. Just go down the description. It'll take you right to that. If you want to watch all of these, that would be fantastic. Or if you just want to save this video for future use because there's going to be so much information packed into this one video, that would be awesome as well. So all I ask, all this information I share and put out on these videos weekly are free to you. There's no cost. I don't have Patreon. I don't ask for your money. All I ask for is that you give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, leave some comments down in the comment section. If you don't want to leave words, you can just say anything as simple as, "Hey Rick, great video," or give it a smiley face or a thumbs up emoji. Anything like that helps. And also what I would ask is, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing. Hit the button right down here. That really helps out the channel. The channel has gotten over 2.3 million views, and many of those views come from people that never subscribe to the channel. And subscribing to the channel really helps me out and helps YouTube push this out to other like-minded individuals. So without further ado, let's get into this week's video right after this. Guys, did you hear that? It sounded like I was at quality control day at the Singer Sewing Machine Factory. Guys, my name is Rick and this is the HDVIBE channel. And in today's video, we're actually going to fix this sound and make it sound more like we expect the sound to come from a Harley Touring motorcycle. Guys, these Harley Touring motorcycles, they come with these heavy breathers, whether it be this one like this, the snorkel type, or the ventilators. But the thing that stops them up, you get plenty of air in, but what closes them up is those slip-ons. So in today's video, we're going to put some new slip-ons on. I'll show you what we're going to put on there. But that's not really the important part. That's pretty simple. Just a few bolts, pull off the old ones, put on the new ones. Pretty simple. But stay tuned. I'm actually going to tune this motorcycle to get a stage 1 with a tuner that you've probably never seen. And then I'm also going to do some comparisons between the stock exhaust and then the new exhaust with the stage 1. And we'll get into all that right after this. So that's right guys, a couple different parts of this video. So first off, we're going to change out these slip-ons and we're actually going to be putting on Reinhardt DBX 45s. My pipe of choice, so I'm going to let you guys listen to those here in a little bit. And then we're actually going to tune this motor. So I'll show you this tuner that you've probably never seen before. It's only been out for probably 3 or 4 months at this point at the time of recording this video. And then we're going to do some comparisons from stock, just some idle and running and starting, to actually some out on the road. So you can compare these Reinhardt DBX 45s that we'll get on here to the stock slip-ons. So to start this, I've actually got this deep well socket here. This is actually I believe a 15 millimeter. The 5/8 fits on there, but a 9/16 is too small. So I actually went metric of 15 millimeters. So it's just this clamp that's right under here. Once we get that loose, then we'll begin to work on the back of the slip-on. So that was pretty simple. So now that I've got that pipe clamp loosened up. Now I'm going to move back here to the 2 1/2" that are on this saddlebag support bracket. We'll take those out, and then this slip-on should just come right off. Okay, so these are 1/2", so we're just going to loosen these up. Coming off here pretty easy. So as easy as that, we've got the 3 bolts loosened, and now this slip-on, stock slip-on, is ready to be jiggled off here. So we're just going to jiggle back and forth, and I'm hoping, since this hasn't been on here very long, it's probably going to come right off, which it looks like it is. And there you have it, we've got it off. Here's that pipe clamp. We'll reuse that. So I'm going to loosen this up and pull this off of the end of this stock slip-on. We'll reuse that. As I look through these, I can't even see through this thing. It is just completely closed off. So as easy as that, I've got the right side off, and now I'm going to just repeat and pull the left side off, and then we'll be ready to put the DBX 45s on. Okay, and so as you can see, here's the Reinhardt DBX 45s. All boxed up. So let me get this stuff out and I'll show you what we got in the box. So that's what we get in the box. We get a left and right slip-on, obviously. The left side has the smaller inlet, the right side has the larger inlet. They did send the bolts and nuts and washers that we need for that, because I think these are actually a little bit longer, because the way these go on Reinhardt's is a little bit different. The bolts don't go directly down into, they actually come up, and then you put a nut and washer on the top. Obviously it has instructions, and we get a nice Reinhardt Racing sticker with it. So now that we've got everything unboxed here, the process is pretty simple. We will reuse the pipe clamps that came on the bike stock to attach the slip-on to the header. But we'll just basically reverse the process. So for comparison purposes, the stock slip-ons, and actually a lot of others, Vance and Hines I'm familiar with, the bolts actually go down through the bracket that's on the saddlebag support, and then go into a bracket that's on the that's actually on the slip-on. So you have a threaded hole here where you put the bolt and the washer into. So by contrast, on the Reinhardts, these bolts actually just slip on and slip into this little groove that's on these, and that's the bracket, and then that actually then comes up through that bracket that's on the saddlebag support, and then on top of that you'll put the washer, and it's a lock nut that goes on top of that. So that's the way that goes on there. So now I'm going to actually just start on this right side slip-on to show you this Reinhardt slip-on. As you can see there, I think in the camera you can actually see straight through this thing. So much better airflow to actually get the stage 1 performance that we need, because we are getting more flow out the back of the bike. So I've got it on there, so now just gently move it into place. So I've got the bracket on there, so now you're just going to slip a washer over that. And then these are actually nylon lock nuts, so we'll get that started, and then we'll do the same on this back one. You're going to kind of have to put some pressure on that to make sure that that doesn't slide, and make sure you get that the right way up, and then kind of pull that slip-on up. And then once it catches, those bolts in there won't spin anymore. Now we're ready to tighten these rear bolts up. And again, those are 1/2". So I'll tighten those up, tighten up this hose clamp. That slip-on will be ready, and then I'm just going to repeat the process on the other side. Okay, so now we got the DBX 45s on. Now it's time to tune this bike and turn it into a stage 1. Again, we've got the high flow breather, and now we got exhaust that'll actually get that air moving out of the bike. So now we got to adjust the tune. And in order to tune it, we need to get to this little red connector. And again, this is on the left side of the bike. The left cover came off. This red connector, this is what goes directly to the ECM. And if you ever take your bike into Harley Davidson, that's where they'll hook the digital technician up to check any codes on the bike, etc. So I'm actually just going to pop this off. So to pop this off, there's a little tab here. You just press it, and then you should be able to just pull this off of this holder, and that's just a dummy holder just to keep it in place. So this is the connection directly to the ECM. So now I'm going to get the tuner, which I'm going to show you. And again, this is something that you probably have never seen in the marketplace, just came out in the last couple of months. So here's the tuner, guys. A light little box that says Screaming Eagle. That's right, this is the Pro Street tuner. And this is actually the Bluetooth version that came out within the last, like I said, last couple of months. So what you get in there, obviously the tuner's in here. You do get a little double-sided sticky tape because this can just stay on the... We also have a set of instructions in here, but really it's pretty straightforward. I'm going to show you how to use this thing. I think it's pretty similar to what the old FP3, or now I think Vance & Hines has the FP4. But obviously if I use this tuner, this will keep me within warranty because, as you know, I do have the 2-year warranty since this is a new bike, plus I did do the ESP for another 3 years. And then you get this Screaming Eagle sticker, which I'm not exactly sure where we put that, but we'll just keep that in the box. So we're at the point of no return. I've just taken off the label that says if you take that off, it's non-returnable. All right. And there it is, guys. Look at that thing. Tiny, tiny. If you compare that to the previous version of the Screaming Eagle tuner, the Pro Street tuner, I'll actually show you that real quick. And for comparison, this is the Pro Street tuner that I have for the Road Glide Special. I actually got this one right before this version of the Pro Street tuner came out. So as you can see, quite a bit smaller, and obviously that's why it actually can stay on the bike. The nice thing about this new version is you don't need a cable or your computer to tune with this. So essentially all we need to do is plug this in. You do need to download an app, which I'll show you that on my phone in just a minute. Okay, so the app you need to download, you can see here, is on my phone. It's actually the Screaming Eagle Pro Street Tuner app. You download this app either in the Apple or the Play Store if you have Android, so it works on Apple or Android smartphones. So now I've got this downloaded, so now I'm actually ready to connect it into the bike. So again, here's the tuner. There's only one way to connect this in here, and you'll just hear a click when it's connected. So now what I'm going to do is open up the app on my phone. We got our Bluetooth connection on. So now it's searching for the tuner. So it searched for the tuner, it actually found it. It says mobile scan 45098. I'm assuming that's the tuner that we have plugged in here. I'm not sure if there's any denotion on here. Let me see. I don't see that on there, but we'll see if this works. So then we're going to hit next. Select that. Firmware update. Okay, so we're going to update the firmware. So now it's updating the firmware. It says do not turn off the ignition or don't unplug the BCI, the tuner essentially. So it's going to go ahead and update the firmware. You can see on the little tuner here, it's flashing a greenish yellowish light. So I'm assuming that means it's updating the firmware. My phone, the app still shows, it's probably about 50% updated now. I've been going probably a couple minutes. Okay, and then when it's the update's complete on the firmware, you'll get a screen like this on your phone, and we're going to hit done. Now we're going to go to tune, and we're going to go to standard. In this case, so we want to go with this first one. This is the, again, configuration of Milwaukee 8 117 stage 1 Screaming Eagle air filter, which it has the high flow breather, and Screaming Eagle exhaust. I have the Reinhardt DBX 45s on there. So we view that. And this says it's for a 16 to 19 inch front wheel, not a 21. And then it gives you the air fuel ratios that it has set for all of these at the different RPMs, different miles per hour. So we're going to go ahead and hit this button. It says program with this calibration. Keep your phone near the bike. When reflashing the motorcycle, ensure the phone is within 20 feet. Direct line of sight. We'll hit OK. Warning. That make sure this calibration has been chosen to match your vehicle's installed hardware, which we know that. We're a stage 1. And it then again gives you the warning of the calibration is good for a 16 to 19 inch front wheel. Okay, we got that. And then what it says is it gives my VIN number, and tapping this program motorcycle will initiate the program. So we're going to do that. So now it's calibrating the vehicle. So it's going to go through a number of steps, and I think there's probably going to be a portion where I have to turn the bike off for a little bit, a few seconds, turn the bike back on once this all downloads into that. And there you probably just heard the bike turn itself on. Okay, so before continuing, you must turn off the vehicle, ignition switch, and the run stop switch. So we'll go ahead and turn it off, wait 20 seconds. And then turn the ignition switch and the run stop switch. Okay, so that's about 20 seconds. So we'll turn the ignition back on and turn the run stop switch back on. And I believe that is it. So the bike is basically tuned now. And ready to go. Actually, with this tuner, you can actually see any air codes. So we do have an air code here, a historic one, a P1100. ABS indicates torque control fault. So let's clear that code. Okay. We'll go back and then let's see data. So this is the other nice thing too. It actually gives you some view into some of the data currently. So the engine temperature right now is still at 118 degrees because it was running earlier. Throttle position 6. You can also auto tune with this. So if you go into the tune, we select the one that we actually have on the bike now. You can perform a smart tune. So we're not going to do that right now. So we're actually going to run a few tanks of gas through this because actually the bike will adjust itself to the new tune over time. So now we've got a stage 1 tune on here, and we are now ready to go get this thing out on the road, hear what these Reinhardts sound like, and see how this bike performs. So I'm going to get this thing out and we'll give it a start up and let you guys hear what that sounds like. Alright guys, so I hope you were able to hear the difference between the stock exhaust without a stage 1, just completely stock, and the stage 1 with the Reinhardt DBX 45s. If the camera didn't do it justice, I will tell you the sound output is incredible on the DBX 45s, and with that tune, to go to the stage 1 tune, the throttle response is much crisper than it was before. It was actually a little bit lazy when it was in stock configuration. So guys, are you considering doing a stage 2 to your Harley Davidson touring motorcycle? Guys, my name is Rick and this is the HDVIBE channel. Spend a little bit of time with me today and I'm going to explore all the ins and outs of a stage 2 upgrade. We're going to cover what is really a stage 2 upgrade, what are the components and the cost of doing a stage 2 upgrade, what are some of the horsepower and torque numbers you can expect from a Screaming Eagle stage 2 upgrade, and finally we'll answer the question, and you can answer the question after getting all this information: is the juice worth the squeeze? And we'll get into all that right after this. So that's right guys, today we're going to be talking about a stage 2 upgrade on your Harley Davidson touring motorcycle. As you may recall from a prior video, I did a stage 2 upgrade on the Road Glide Special probably about 45 to 60 days ago, and I've put well over 1,000 miles on that stage 2 upgrade. And what I want to do today is share with you a little bit more information about really what is a stage 2 upgrade, what are the components and the cost of actually doing a stage 2 upgrade, What kind of horsepower and torque numbers can you expect when you do a Screamin' Eagle Stage 2 upgrade? And finally, answer the question, and let you guys answer the question, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is the cost justified for what you get for a Stage 2 upgrade? So a Stage 2 upgrade really involves moving from the next level of Stage 1, which Stage 1 really is putting slip-ons on your motorcycle and putting a tune on it so that you get a better fuel to air mixture ratio. And with those slip-ons, hopefully they're a little freer breathing than what the stock Harley Davidson slip-ons would be. You get more air out coming out the back, and obviously you have to have a high flow breather, whether that be a Screamin' Eagle or on a lot of the special models now, it is a ventilator, so essentially it is a high flow breather. But the main component when you go to a Stage 2 is the cam, and cams are measured in terms of lift. So on the special models, and I believe the 107s and the 114 Harley Davidson Touring engines, they come with a 335 lift. So what does that mean? What does lift mean? So a cam has lobes on it, it has a main circle. So that lift is the difference between the base circle measurement, which is in inches, to the top of that lobe. So 0.335 inches would be the lift on a stock cam on these 114 and 107s. When you move up to a Stage 2, you're increasing that lift. So you're increasing the length of that lobe, which essentially lets more fuel and air get into that engine, which then gives you more torque and horsepower depending on how that lobe is shaped and the duration of how long that piston stays up and everything is moving and sucking more air in. If you think about it, an engine is really just a big pump. It's pumping air and fuel through it to get power and torque out of it. So a 447 cam is 0.447 inches of lift on the top of that lobe of that cam. So the 447 cam is what I put in this, in the Road Glide Special. That is considered a torque cam. You can go with aftermarket cams. In this case, I went with Harley Davidson cam because I wanted to stay within warranty, because I do, as you probably know, I do have the ESP on the Road Glide Special. Then the other part of that is you have to retune the engine from going from a Stage 1 to a Stage 2, because obviously there's more fuel and air going to be coming into that engine. So you need to get that mixture just right to maximize the performance that you can get out of it. Now, will the engine run if you just put the cam in it? Sure, it'll run, but it'll run very sporadically. It won't be very efficient, it won't be fuel efficient, and it may run a little bit rough. So the tune is critical. And in my case, again, I use the Screamin' Eagle Base 2. I'm using Screamin' Eagle tuners. I've so far just used the base map. At some point I may do a Smart Tune or Auto Tune session on that. But if you want to learn more about the new tuner that Harley Davidson came out, I'll pop a card right up here to a video that I recently put out on the Street Glide ST and showing you how to use the new Bluetooth enabled Harley Davidson Screamin' Eagle Pro Street Tuner. Now, for the second part of this, I want to get into a little bit of the cost, because costs can be all over the place. I've actually seen a recent video where a Stage 2 at an independent shop cost, by the time they got done with everything, the tuner, the whole works, it was close to like $5,000. So I will tell you, I spent nowhere near that and putting Harley Davidson Screamin' Eagle components into the Road Glide Special. So let me just go through and break down the components for you. So I'll have this listed down in the description as well, all the part numbers and the prices and links to these if you're curious and want to look at them, but I'm going to run through them real quick here. So the first item you have to go with is obviously the cam itself. So I went with the torque cam. There is a kit, it's called the Screamin' Eagle Stage 2 Torque Kit. So that kit includes the 447 cam that I spoke about earlier, plus adjustable push rods that you replace the stock push rods, because essentially they cut them out because they don't have to take the top end off. You put adjustable ones in and they adjust it to the proper length for the cam. The other thing that I put in are Screamin' Eagle high capacity tappets. These just allow for better movement, and that's going to be down on the lower end. It's going to be going right against that new cam, and these allow for better longevity and kind of more bulletproofing. Now, this is again something that you probably don't necessarily have to do, but in most cases, this is generally always recommended. And let me go back to the kit itself is about $510. These tappets, again, Screaming Eagle, about $275. So the next thing that you'll want to replace is actually the cam bearing. So when they do this, they pull out the old bearing, they put in the new cam bearing, and this has a lot more rollers. It's a lot more efficient and a lot cleaner movement of the cam within the engine. And that only runs about $53. And again, this is a Screaming Eagle. It's called the Screaming Eagle Lefty Bearing. And then to do all that, at least at my dealership, the stock charge to do a stage 2 upgrade is 6 hours. So what that you get for that labor is they have to pull off, I believe, the right side floorboard. They have to pull off your exhaust system. They open up the cam chest. They pull everything out. They take the plate, the oil pump off. Then they pull out the old cam. They pull out the old bearing. And then they begin replacing that as well as the tensioner that's on that chain-driven cam. So that's what 6 hours gets you. So what I did, and I will call this optional, if you have a 2020 and newer, it's really not necessary, but if you really want to bulletproof the engine, you'll go with the Screaming Eagle Pro high volume oil pump and cam support plate. So basically a new cam plate and high capacity oil pump, and that runs $775. And in the case of my dealership, they didn't charge anything extra for that, because essentially they would have been putting the old one in. They took the old one off. So no additional labor. Again, 6 hours labor for all that. And again, at my dealership anyway, 6 hours labor is about $900. So the grand total, if you did all of this and you already have your Screaming Eagle tuner from your stage 1, you're at about $2,500 and call it $13. So not exorbitant. And actually, if you don't do the optional cam plate and oil pump, you're at $1,738. So not terrible. Plus you have taxes and probably some other shop fees to go along with that. So it's a pretty quote unquote reasonable engine upgrade that I think you get a lot of bang for the buck. So now let's talk horsepower and torque. And the numbers I'm going to be talking about is on a Milwaukee 8 114. So from a stock perspective, your torque peaks out at about 3,000 RPMs, and it's about 110 foot-pounds of torque that you get. And that curve really starts at 2,500 RPMs, and then it starts to dive off at about 3,500, and at about 4,500 RPMs, you're at about 100 foot-pounds of torque. So not terrible, certainly better than a 107, and certainly better than the 103 twin cams, or even probably the 110 twin cams. So in terms of stock horsepower, your max horsepower is probably right teetering just slightly under 90 horsepower. And again, this is Harley Davidson numbers based upon the dynos that they have on stock engines. So again, that horsepower curve really starts coming on at 2,500. It is pretty much a nice steep climb, and then it begins to level off between that 4,500 and 5,500, and it maxes out at about 5,500. So now compare that to doing a torque cam. So a stage 2 torque cam, the 447 cam that I spoke about earlier, your peak torque is about, say, 118 foot-pounds, and that's at right around 3,500. And really your range is you're about 108 at 2,500 RPMs of torque, and you're still staying above 110 all the way out to probably 46, 4,700. So a nice curve, but then it begins to dive off. And then when you get up into those higher RPMs at, say, about 6,200, you're just slightly under 80 foot-pounds of torque, but then your horsepower is sort of coming on at that point too. So now from a horsepower perspective, again with the torque cam in there, your horsepower is going to be peaking at about just around 100 horsepower at about 5,000 RPMs. Again, it's a pretty steep, steady climb. It begins to peak at right at 5,000, and then it begins to sort of fall off just after 5,000. but certainly, you know, at the low end, you're at 90. At 2,500 RPMs, you're at about 50 some odd horsepower, which is not unusual. So that's kind of the number. So again, you're peaking out with the Stage 2, 3,500, your torque is probably about 118 foot-pounds, and your horsepower is peaking out at about 5,000, and it's just under or close to 100 horsepower on the Stage 2. So if you have a 2020 and newer bike, you know, you're looking at maybe 1,700. You know, like my dealership will run a special on Black Friday. If you buy the parts, you get free labor. So you're gonna save about 900 bucks and you're just gonna be paying for parts. So then it becomes very reasonable. So my suggestion would be look for these types of specials that your dealership might run. Ask your service advisor, if you've built a relationship with them, ask them if they have any specials or if they can do anything on labor or discounts on parts or whatever the case may be. And you might be able to get this for even less than what I have here that I've listed off. So the question is the juice worth the squeeze? So from my perspective, what I have seen with the 114, one, power delivery is much smoother than on the 335 cam, the stock cam. When I get up into the higher gear, say 5th gear or 6th gear, I find that I don't have to downshift to pass. You just roll on the throttle and the bike will take off. Versus when I was running stock cam, I would find myself, especially if I was up in 6th gear, I may drop down into 5th and then go if I'm going to go pass. And then when you're in the lower gears, I would say really is 2nd and 3rd, making that shift from 2nd to 3rd or 3rd to 4th. If you really get on the throttle, the front end of that bike will kind of rise up a little bit. So it has plenty of pull, and you feel that pull all the way through your power band. Again, from that 2,500 all the way up to 42 or so 100 RPMs, you're feeling that constant pull as you're going through that gear range. And you know, it's just a really comforting feeling. I would say, when I said this in the other video, when it comes to the 114 with this cam, the 447 cam, as compared to the two bikes I have at Stage 1 with 117 engines, the 114 with this cam runs pretty dang hot, and I would say it'd be interesting to see, and I've seen some videos where a 114 versus a 117, 114 Stage 2 versus a 117 Stage 1 have run together, and they'll pretty much run together. And you know, you certainly have good power. It's certainly a great increase. So to me, the juice is worth the squeeze. It's worth that money that I spent. I feel like I've gotten value for that. You know, I haven't had the bike dynoed, but my butt dyno tells me it's worth it. So guys, if you've been around the channel a while, you know I did a Stage 1 tune to the Street Glide ST with this Screaming Eagle Bluetooth tuner. Guys, my name is Rick and this is the HDVIBE channel. In today's video, I've gotten a lot of requests for people to say, hey Rick, can you show us how to do the auto tune, or as Harley Davidson calls it with their tuners, the smart tune? So that's what I'm going to do today, guys. I'm actually going to show you how to do a smart tune with this new Screaming Eagle Pro Street tuner, the Bluetooth version, with just using this, plugging it into the bike, and using my smartphone. And we'll get into it right after this. So that's right, guys. I'm actually going to show you how I auto tune or smart tune with this little adapter. And again, this is the Screaming Eagle Pro Street tuner, the Bluetooth version of that tuner, which just came out, and this is good for 2021 and newer motorcycles. So for this process, again, we're just going to need this tuner. I'll actually plug that into the bike, and we're going to need your smartphone with the Screaming Eagle app downloaded. So let me show you how we get this hooked up, and then we'll get started with the smart tune session. Guys, if you've already done the base map upload to your Harley Davidson touring motorcycle or other Softail models with this tuner, this is the app that you will need to have on your phone. You're going to need that again for this smart tuner auto tune session. So that's the first step. So we're going to go ahead and open that up. And now I have the app opened up and ready to go. The next step, we actually need to plug this into the data port on the left side of your motorcycle. And what you'll be looking for is this red connector here. I typically just leave the tuner on there, but for this purpose I've taken it off to show you. So we'll just plug that into this red data port like that. So now that I've got that plugged in, I've got my app pulled up. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn the ignition onto the bike. Alright, so I needed to do a firmware update, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. This could take a little bit of time, so I'm going to go ahead and connect. And the instructions said this could take up to 10 minutes, so obviously I'm not going to take 10 minutes of your time, but I'm going to go ahead and let this download onto my phone. Again, I'm connected to my Wi-Fi in my house. And now it is actually updating the firmware. So it found it. This took just a mere 30 to 45 seconds. So now this is the portion where it could take some time. So it's updating the firmware. So I'm not going to show you that whole process, but once this gets done, we'll come back. Okay, so we're still updating the firmware. So we're not quite 50%, probably 40% there. But while this is going on, the greenish, yellowish, greenish light on the actual tuner itself is actually flashing. So let me show you that real quick. So hopefully the camera can pick that up. You're getting that flashing yellow light there. And what this is doing while it's updating, it says do not turn off the ignition off and do not unplug the BCI, which is your tuner there, while this firmware is updating. So we'll just let this continue to run. And it looks like we're about probably 70% now. And it's been maybe 2 minutes at most. All right, so my update is now complete. Please turn the ignition on to connect to the BCI. So we turned it off. Now we'll turn it back on and reconnect after that firmware update. So now you can see up at the top here, the top right, it says, or the top left of the app, it says I am connected. So that means I'm actually connected to the tuner. So to start off the auto tune or the smart tune session, you're going to go to tune. And the calibration that I have set up is this first one, again, which is the 117 stage 1. So it has the Screaming Eagle or high flow air filter. And then we also have a Screaming Eagle exhaust. In my case, I have the Reinhardt DBX 45s. So then we go here to where it says perform smart tune. So we go ahead and select that. Now it says keep your phone near the bike. When reflashing the motorcycle, ensure the phone is within 20 feet, direct line of sight, recommended. If Bluetooth connection is broken during the reflash, the process, permanent damage to the motorcycle can occur, okay? Please be sure the calibration you have chosen matches your vehicles, and I have. All right, calibration on the module is compatible with a 16 to 19 inch front wheel, okay. Caution, RDRS will be disabled during record mode for smart tune data calculations. Fault codes will be present and active during record mode for the ECM and the ABS, okay. So now the next screen I come up to, what it says here is your motorcycle will be programmed in smart tune mode. This program allows a factory sensor to control the fuel delivery throughout the entire operating range. Record data while riding the motorcycle, normally to get the data needed to customize your calibration to your riding style. So I think that's important. So this obviously is not a dyno tune where you're just going wide open. This is actually going to record under my normal riding conditions, which should give me a better tune for the way I ride the bike. It says please turn the ignition off and then back on, but do not start the engine. Okay, so we turned it off and then we're turning it back on. Again, while it's recording, another warning, and I've heard this as well, is while you're in this record mode, the motorcycle might not perform or operate as it normally would, but that's kind of all part of the process here. So we're going to go ahead and hit perform, programming in process. Now it's going through a programming process, so we'll wait for this to finish up. And then I believe it should give me an opportunity to record my ride. So the bike is shutting itself, turn itself on. Okay, programming complete. Continuing, you must turn off the vehicle ignition, switch the run stop and run stop switch. Wait 20 seconds and then turn on the ignition switch and the run stop. So we'll go ahead and turn that off. And my run stop switch is off. So we'll wait about 20 seconds. So that's about 20 seconds. So now, after that, we're going to turn the ignition switch and the run stop switch on. So ignition on, run stop switch on, and now we'll hit continue. Now it says it's time to make recordings. So Street Tuner is ready to create recordings for tuning. Start motorcycle, select continue, and record data while riding the motorcycle in a safe and appropriate manner. Data will not populate if engine temperature is less than 180 degrees. Okay, so at this point, it's basically waiting for me to go ahead and start the motorcycle and get out and ride it. So what I'm going to do is get the left side cover back on, get my saddlebag guard back on, and again, you're leaving that tuner module on the bike while you're doing that. So once I start this up and I'm ready to ride, I'll hit continue from this point, and then we get out and ride. That's the fun part. I'm going to try to go out and ride maybe 30 minutes or so and just get through that. And again, you can make multiple recordings on this. So it's just not a one and done shot. I mean, you can do this time and time again, and it begins to populate our fuel mixture ratio in terms of at what RPM range, at what throttle position. So the more you can ride at your normal riding pace, the better. But I'm actually going to go ahead and get geared up, get this bike ready, and get out on the road. And then once we get back, we'll finish up the Smart Tune process.
So guys, I'm out riding, getting some recordings on the tuner so that I can upload that when I get back to the house. But one thing I do want to show you is right here. So your solid red light there is on and your traction control is turned off. And that is normal when you go into this tuning mode. It's put the bike into a different mode so that it can record this data through that port. And then we will load that. It'll load that onto the app, and then we'll upload that into the actual ECM itself. And again, I'm just out riding at the way I normally would. So I'm hitting a little bit of highway riding right now. And then I'm going to hit a little bit of traffic riding up and down, sort of a state highway where I might have some stop and go. But the idea is to record this at sort of your normal riding style, right? So this is not a dyno tune where you're just ripping it all the way out. You're trying to get through all the gears. You're trying to get through the different throttle positions. You're trying to get through all the different RPM levels. So that's what I'm doing. And again, don't be concerned if you do see these error codes that are up here on your speedometers. All right, guys, so I just pulled over here. I just wanted to show you what's going on. So as you can see here, a lot of green is filled in, which means I have already hit those areas on the app. I'm going to ride some more, and we'll see you back in the house.
I just got back from riding the bike for probably 20 or 30 minutes, and then when I pulled it into the garage here, I went ahead and saved my recording, and then it basically puts a date and timestamp on that, along with the tune that we started with, again, which was the base map for a stage 1 on a 117. So now I saved that. I actually put today's date, November the 12th, 2023, as my name of that tune, or of that auto tune or smart tune session. So now the tuner is ready to create calibration from the data that was recorded, is basically what the screen is telling me now. So I turned off the bike. So now I basically need to turn the ignition switch to the on position to start the next part of the process. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that on. So I've turned the ignition switch on here. Is you wait for the tuner to actually connect to the app again, and now it says connected. So now I'm ready to continue and choose the recording to set. Select one or more recordings. Be sure to only choose a recording that matches your VIN for the motorcycle you're using. So again, I'm going to come up here if you can see that. So it's November the 12th is what I named it, 2023, and it has all the pertinent data in here in this little, so then I'm just going to select this bubble. And now there's a button here that says create calibration. So I'm going to go ahead and hit that. It's loading those up now. Now what it is checking is the air fuel mixture ratios for the recording that I did, and it's calibrating that. And you'll see on the chart here, hopefully the camera's picking this up, so it's showing me what on the front cylinder what adjustments need to be made, and I believe that's everything that's in the blue or that will be adjusted. And then we can go and view the rear cylinder and see what that loads up. This is taking about, I think the first one took probably about 60 seconds for that to load up and to go through all of those, that chart and load up what I actually recorded while out on that auto-tune session. So here's the rear cylinder again. Some of the settings that will be changed, I believe, are highlighted in blue there. It's asked me, would you like the software to apply the recommended VE changes from your recordings to your calibration? So I'm going to go ahead and select yes. So save this calibration. Okay, again, it's the date, creation date, November 12th on my VIN number for the base map. Again, it's starting with that base map, which is the stage 1 map for a 117. So we're going to save and program bike. So now again, it's going to go through a number of steps and turn the ignition to off and then back on. Do not start the motorcycle. So I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back on. And then I'll wait again for that tuner to reconnect to the app. And now it's ready. And so I'm going to hit the bottom button here which says program motorcycle. So programming is in process. So it's basically downloading the information that was loaded into the app, and it's pushing it back in through the tuner onto the ECM to adjust it accordingly. As it's doing this, again, make sure your phone is close to the tuner because, again, this is a Bluetooth connection, and it's going through the programming process, and we'll kind of keep track here as it goes through this process. But so far it's running pretty quick. And the bike just turned itself off. Okay, so programming is complete. Your motorcycle's calibration has been programmed to the motorcycle. Your motorcycle now has a custom calibration installed. So it's custom to the ride that I made. Before continuing, you must turn off the vehicle ignition switch and the run stop switch. Wait 20 seconds, then turn on the ignition and the run stop switch. So we'll turn that off and we'll wait about 20 seconds. And that was about 20 seconds. So now after that, I'm going to turn the ignition on and turn on the run stop switch on the right hand grip. So you can hear that fuel pump fired up. So now, perform all necessary steps to verify there are no DTC codes to clear the history and enjoy any historic codes. Enjoy your ride. So we're going to close, and that's it. So now this new tune, custom to the way I ride, is actually on the bike. So guys, a lot of people have asked me to do this video, and some people have had some error codes or error messages when they've tried to do this. Now, I had no issues whatsoever. Again, I kept the phone close to the Bluetooth on the tuner on the bike. I generally leave that Screaming Eagle Pro Street Bluetooth tuner on the bike all the time, because what you can do is actually monitor some of your gauges and critical components of the bike through the app on your phone. If you have it up on the handlebars, you can see that, and it just connects through Bluetooth. So I have updated that. Again, I didn't ride a lot, probably 30 to 40 minutes, but I hit a lot of the areas in those tables for both the front and the rear cylinder. And again, you could dyno tune. It's only going to allow really your Harley-Davidson Master Technician adjustments to get to EPA spec, which essentially that is what this app is doing. So if you have this Bluetooth tuner and you have your app hooked up, you do these smart tunes or auto tunes with this, you can essentially get the same effect as if you were doing a dyno run, and it's really more tuned to the way you ride the bike because it's recording you as you ride. Essentially, this saves you a lot of money in dyno tuning. And again, with these Screaming Eagle, if you want to keep your bike in warranty, you can't go beyond an EPA spec. The Screaming Eagle Bluetooth Tuner, Pro Street Tuner, will keep you with an EPA spec, and it will adjust the maximum that can adjust based upon your bike. So now the bike is ready. Guys, hopefully this will save you some money. This was pretty easy. You just follow the prompts on the screen of your app. I've had people say they've gotten error messages. I've had people say that they couldn't do it. I had no issues whatsoever. I had no issues putting that base map on a few months ago. I had no issues running this auto tune or smart tune session while I was out riding the bike. And again, you will get that error message up on your speedometer. It turns off your traction control while you're in auto tune or smart tune mode, and you will see your red security light go on because it's in a different mode. It's in a security mode. It's in a tune mode. So once I've gotten it out of that mode, those warning lights are no longer showing up on the bike, and it's ready to ride. So I can do more smart tune sessions to fill in more of that map, more of that chart, and then continue to upload those, and it will be by date. And then I just keep loading that on top of my previous map that I have loaded onto the bike. Guys, did you see and hear that? That was the 2021 Road Glide Special with the Stage 2 upgrade. Guys, my name is Rick and this is the HDVIBE channel. In today's video, we're going to talk about what do you do when you make changes to your Stage 2 upgrade in terms of some of the equipment that you have on it, and how does that impact your tune? Do you have to take it to get dynoed, or can you follow this step-by-step video and get a smart tune on that bike to make it run more efficiently and save yourself some money? And we'll get into it right after this. So that's right, guys, Stage 2 upgrade on the 2021 Road Glide Special. I had that done about 5,000 miles ago, and what Harley-Davidson did when they installed that cam is they put a base Harley-Davidson map onto the bike for a 114 with a 447 cam with a high flow breather and a Harley-Davidson exhaust. Well, if you've been around the channel, you know I've changed out the entire exhaust system to a TAP Performance 212 head pipe and TAP Performance 4.5 BAM sticks coming out the back. So while the bike still runs good and sounds good, I want to optimize and get the best performance I can out of this bike, and I want to do it myself. I don't want to pay for dyno tuning, and honestly, with a Harley-Davidson EPA tune, I don't know that dyno tuning really makes that much sense in terms of spending the time and effort unless you just want to get a dyno sheet. And really, at the end of the day, these are not race bikes. These are bikes for riding on the street. Yes, we want more power, we want more torque, but does it really matter if you carry a sheet around that says I have 130 foot-pounds of torque and I have 120 horsepower? I don't know, maybe that makes a difference for some people, but not for me. So what we're gonna do today is I'm actually gonna show you how to auto-tune, and you may have seen my video where I auto-tune with the new Bluetooth Pro Street Tuner on the 2023 Street Glide ST. Now we're going to do that with this old style tuner. This is the Pro Street tuner that's been around for quite a while. And what you'll need to do the Smart Tune, obviously you need to get your tuner, and you also need to get a kit that has these two cables in it, which I'll put the part number down in the description so that you can see that part number and order that yourself if you want to do this. So this cable is actually for a 2021 and newer, thus it's got the red connector that goes into the red connector on the data port. If you have an older bike, older than 2021, you'll have a gray connector on here that connects into the gray data port that's on the left side of the bike. The other thing you'll need your laptop or a computer that you can get out to the bike that is connected to Wi-Fi. You need to download the Harley Davidson Screamin' Eagle tuning app, which there's a website which I will also put down in the description so you can go. The software is free. You download it for your PC, and you actually have to put in the serial number of your tuner into that in order for it to download. Once it does download, you just follow directions to get it loaded up on your screen. So I went ahead and took off the left side saddlebag and then the left side cover. And what you're looking for is this red connector right here. This is your data port. On older than 2021 bikes, it'll actually be a gray plug. It'll be somewhere in that area. So you just take that off. It's just plugged into a dummy plug down here for safekeeping. And then you take the data cable that comes in the kit, and obviously you can see it has a red connecting point here. So we're just going to go ahead and plug that into the bike. So that'll just clip in like that. And then this end will actually go into your tuner. This will just connect into here. So obviously you just get the pins lined up and then go ahead and tighten up these screws here to get that fully connected and tight onto the actual tuner itself. Okay, so now we're over here at the laptop. I've got the tuner sitting here on the table and I've got my cable that will go from the tuner into the laptop. So there's just a little square connector on the end, which you'll take that from the other matching piece from that cable. That goes in there, and then this end will actually go into a USB port on your laptop or the computer, wherever that may be. So mine happens to be on this side. Okay, so now that I've got it plugged in, I just clicked on that Screamin' Eagle tuner icon, and this is the first screen that pulls up, which basically says you can either tune my motorcycle or go to the home screen. I'll just go to the home screen and just kind of show you what we got on this. So the home screen really, it just has some icons up here, which is toolbox, tuning, print, setup, and help. And then over here there's what's new, check for updates, training, and guided tuning. All right, so this is the first screen that comes up after you select tuning, and it basically goes through and gives you all the things to confirm. So we're gonna go ahead and continue from there. So I went ahead and turned on the bike, both the ignition and the run stop switch. So now it's identified. We have a 2021 Touring Road Glide Special. We got O2 sensors, our standard. So that's what I have on here. Here is our available calibrations. So we have a stage 2 114 torque cam. So we're going to select that. And then we're going to do open. And then it says a calibration, the EHCU module compatible with the 16 to 19 inch wheel. Please be sure the calibration matches what's on the bike, and it does. So it's a 114 stage 2 with the torque cam. We're gonna put this into data gathering mode first, and then we'll be ready to actually record our ride. So we're gonna go ahead and continue. It basically is stepping you through the process here. What this is displaying is your base map. This is your air fuel mixture ratios at these RPMs, at these throttle positions. It's displaying what the sort of the base settings are. So now we're going to go into record mode. File name has been changed. You want to update this file. Yes. File name has a -1 on the end now. We'll go ahead and save that. That saved it. So now, again, what this is giving you is RDRS is going to be turned off. And you're going to have fault codes relative to the ABS, and that's going to be that red light on there, as well as your ABS turned off. So we're just going to say OK. And then it's giving you attention again when your custom calibration is finished. You must install using program motorcycle to re-enable RDRS. So essentially what we need to do is Load this and it will re-enable everything back to normal. Your motorcycle is ready to be programmed. So it's just giving you some warnings. Wellness mode, it may not perform at peak levels. This is grayed out. This should always be checked if it ever gives you an option, but that's already checked. It's grayed out, so I can't change that. So we're gonna go program motorcycle. So now it's basically gonna go through a process where we're gonna have to, I believe, turn the bike off. It's calibrating everything right now. So you probably heard the bike, it just turned itself on. And it's resetting the ECM now. And the update has now been completed. So it's essentially putting it into programming mode or recording mode, so we'll continue. So this basically is saying your motorcycle calibration is updated to allow for gathering the data with the tuner. Before you continue, you must turn off the ignition switch and the run stop switch. So we're gonna turn that off. And we're gonna wait about 20 seconds and then we're gonna turn it back on. And that's been about 20 seconds, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn the ignition switch and the run stop switch back to the on position. And then we're gonna go ahead and continue. We're gonna select our data gathering mode, okay? So what this does is gives you the option. So if you were at your dealership and it was putting it on a dyno, they would be following this exact same process. So they would select this. But in this case, we're actually going to record while I'm riding. So we're going to have that little radio button selected and then we'll continue. And what we need to do at this point is select this button here, VCI record mode. So we're going to go ahead and select that. Okay, warning, under any circumstances, do not interrupt power to the VCI during setup and download. So we're just gonna say okay. So essentially now it's just preparing this and the bike for data recording. At this point, what it's saying is disconnect this from the PC, connect the vehicle interface cable, which we've already got that, to the diagnostic connector on the bike, which we're already there, and then secure the cable to the vehicle, and it's basically ready to go. All right, guys, so it's the next day, and I'm actually gonna go out and ride to record my riding so that the tuner can pick up all of the different throttle levels, RPM levels, etc. So, as you see, I've got the tuner hooked up here. I'm actually gonna put it in my pocket. I've let the bike warm up a little bit. So now we're just gonna press this button here. And you'll see that red light starts to flash, which means it's in recording the activity on the bike now. So obviously you got to secure this thing. I'm actually just going to stick this in my pocket because it won't go in the saddlebag because this wire is too thick. So let me get geared up here and then we'll be on our way. I'm waiting for this traffic to clear here just to show you here. Again, your traction control light and your ABS warning light, the red solid light goes on. That is because the bike is in this record mode, and that is normal. So don't worry about that when you're doing this smart tune session and you're riding the bike. It has deactivated ABS and the traction control, so you do have to be aware of that when you are riding the bike to get this recording. But I'm just going to ride some highway riding here on my way into work, my commute today. So we're doing pretty good here. In this stop and go traffic, it's slowed up, it's sped up, so I've been able to really actually get a good run on the RPM range in a lot of different gears, getting all the way up to almost 5,000 RPMs, which is good. So I think so far this recording session should end up covering a lot of those cells in the VE tables, as well as the fuel air mixture ratio tables. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. So we'll keep recording here. I've just pulled in. We were on the bike for probably 30 to 40 minutes. And as you can see, the buffer or the memory is already full because I'm getting a fast flash. So now I can't record anything more for today until I actually download it. So we'll be able to download that when I get back to the laptop. So we'll go ahead and shut down now. So now that we're back here in the garage, we're ready to finalize the tuning. First step here is I'm actually going to plug this into the laptop. I still have this plugged into the data port, so we'll re-plug this into the laptop. So I've got that plugged into the laptop. As you can see, I've got the tuning program pulled up here on the laptop. So now I'm going to go ahead and turn the bike on so that it activates the tuner and then recognizes it within the laptop. And now switching back over to the screen. So I've got everything connected. Basically says connect the VCI to the PC, which we've already done. And then turn the ignition switch to on and the run stop switch to run. So we've already done that. So now what it's asking to do is this button right here is basically saying download the data. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And it basically gives you a warning, do not under any circumstance interrupt the power to the VCI during the setup or download. So we're going to slip OK. And as you can see, we're just about at 100%. So what I did here, I'm going to put a description here before these three files, and I'm going to call it December 7th, 2023, because that is when I recorded it, so I know when I did that. And at that point, I put that in there. I'm going to go ahead and continue. We'll go ahead and click on Review Data. And now we're going to select our recorded set that we have here. So we'll go ahead and click on that, continue. And then at this point, essentially what it's asking me is if I wanted to automatically create the best possible maps based upon that ride data, or do I want to do it myself? So in most cases, if you're not a professional tuner, like in my case, I'm going to actually let the computer do its thing and give me the best possible tune based upon the information that has been loaded. So I'm going to select the top one here, which is yes. So it's running through and doing that. So that's the front cylinder. Now it's populated the rear cylinder. Your custom calibration has been created. E-tables have been updated specific to your motorcycle and how you rode it while making these recordings. So you can continue to customize the calibration. You can do manual changes, or if you are satisfied, select Program Motorcycle. So I'm just going to go ahead and continue. So what this is going to show you, these are the charts. This is the front cylinder and this is the rear cylinder on the right. And these are all the areas where changes are going to be made. So I'm going to scroll through here on the front cylinder. So all of this information in blue are updates that it's going to make. So you can see, again, this is, I believe, throttle position across the top, and this is RPMs going down the left here. So pretty much in that range from 1,000 RPMs going out to 5,000, which I did get up to 5,000 when I was out on in this traffic earlier today. And then my throttle position all the way from, I believe these are percentages, so 3% all the way out to, when I got up to 5,000, 60%. So that's the front cylinder. And then we'll flip over here to the rear cylinder. Similar type information and pretty much the same picture. If you look at it, I've hit about the same. I missed a couple here in the front cylinder and a couple cells there, but pretty good at that point. So with that, now we're going to go back down here and hit Program Motorcycle. A file name, do you want to save the changes to the file? Yes. And it's creating my file name. So I'm going to select Save. And now we're ready to send that information, that new file, to the motorcycle. You always want to have this reset adaptive fuel. Leave that checked. So then there's a button here. We're just going to say Program Motorcycle. And gives you the warning that it's going through the process. Don't turn the motorcycle off, etc. And it's important here that you don't interrupt anything that's going on from while it's doing this programming. So we're almost 100%. And you probably just heard the bike turn itself off and on. Essentially, this popped up here, a little pop-up window, basically says the reflash completed successfully. And now it says update complete. Continue. And programming is complete. So before continuing, you must turn off the vehicle ignition and the run stop switch. Wait 20 seconds, then turn the vehicle switch back on. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So we've got the bike off. We'll wait 20 seconds. And now that was about 20 seconds. We're going to go ahead and turn the bike back on. So the bike now has completely reset itself, and we'll do continue. And that should be it. Guys, in today's video, we're going to be working on the Street Glide ST. Guys, my name is Rick and this is the HDVIBE channel. And in today's video, I'm going to be addressing one thing on this bike that just doesn't work for me and has to be changed out. And we'll get into it right after this. That's right, guys. I've had the Street Glide ST now for about 3 months. I'm actually getting ready to head out on a big trip. When this video releases, I'll actually be out on that trip, and I'll be riding through Sturgis, the Black Hills, into Wyoming, Spearfish Canyon, Deadwood, all of these fantastic riding areas. So I'm really looking forward to that. But before I head out on this trip, there's one thing on the Street Glide ST, and it's the same issue I had on the Street Glide CVO, and that is this heavy breather. That's right, guys, this thing just does not work. Functionally, it works well for the engine. It looks really cool, but from a rideability standpoint, it just doesn't work. So if you're considering putting on one of these Harley heavy breathers, or you already have a bike that has a heavy breather, I would say try to avoid it and maybe go this route that I'm gonna go on the Street Glide ST instead. So let me show you what the real problem is. So here's the problem. As you can see, when I'm riding, this is fine. I have my foot nicely planted on the floorboard, but the problem becomes when I go to try to get the brake. As you can see, my shin is hitting this snorkel that comes up on here, and I'm not a real tall guy. I'm about 5'10". My inseam's about 31.5, 32. Especially in heavy traffic, when you're going back and forth between brake and no brake, I actually get a bruise on my shin right here from this heavy breather. The only other option I have is to kind of contort my leg around and maybe get the outside of that brake pedal. But for me, it just doesn't feel safe, and I'm always afraid that my boot or my shoe that I'm riding, my riding boot, will slip off. And so I try to get in here, but what I do find is I kind of pull my leg out away from the bike, which upsets sort of the balance or the center of balance of the bike, and it's just not safe. So in my mind, I would not suggest going to these heavy breathers that Harley offers as aftermarket or that come on these ST models, whether it be a Road Glide or Street Glide, or the CVOs up to 2022 on the Street Glide and the Road Glides. To address the issue I have with the heavy breather with that snorkel, I'm actually going to install the Screaming Eagle. This is a ventilator extreme kit. So it comes in a couple of different pieces. You can get the kit that actually has the backing plate as well as the actual breather element itself, which is a K&N filter that's oilable, and it's thicker than the normal ventilator kit, thus the name Ventilator Extreme. And then you do have to buy this separate bracket to cover it and hold it onto the bike. And then I would also suggest getting a nice solid rain sock, because this thing is pretty wide open. As you can see from this photo, you got a lot of area where this is exposed to the elements, and if you get caught in rain, you're going to probably be sucking some water into that engine, which is not a great situation. So I will have links and descriptions of all these parts that you will actually need. So if you are starting out with this heavy breather style with the snorkel, there are 2 other parts you need, and that's really the breather bolts, and I'll also have those part numbers down in the description as well. So without any further ado, let's get this old breather off and install this new one so that I have a more comfortable ride, and you will too. Okay, so to begin to remove this heavy breather, the first thing we need to do is basically remove this breather portion with this snorkel. And there's 3 hex bolts here, Allen bolts here, that are actually 3/16. So I'll just remove those, and then I'll be able to take this snorkel portion off. And I'll just finish removing this last 3/16 Allen bolt out, and that allows me to remove this snorkel breather. Gotten that snorkel breather off there. Now we need to remove this bolt and this bolt, and that is a Torx 40. And now I'll remove the second bolt here. And now the second bolt comes out. Okay, so now that I've got the two breather bolts out, now I need to take out these three bolts here that actually hold this onto the breather housing behind it. And that is a 5/32 Allen, so I'll go ahead and get those out. And then this should then come right off of there. Loosening up the final bolt here. And this is beginning to come loose. Here we got these all the way out. And that reveals the intake manifold. Now at this point, we're actually ready to go ahead and install the new ventilator extreme kit on here. Now we're ready to actually put, this is really just a stock ventilator backing plate for the ventilator breather. So if you get the kit that I'll have links down in the description, you get all of this included. I was fortunate, I actually scored this at my local Harley Davidson dealership. A lot of times they have takeoff parts that they'll either really sell to you for really inexpensive, or in my case, since I have a good relationship with them, they actually just gave me this backing plate, the screws, and some of the breather things that go with it. So I scored that, so I just had to get part of the kit, and I'll show you the individual components of that as well. So if you have the kit, you're going to want to make sure you apply this gasket on the back, or if you get this in the aftermarket, make sure you have this gasket and it's in good shape. And then basically you're just going to flip this around, and you can see the three screw areas here will line up with this. So you just line that up and then put your three bolts in there. I would suggest putting a little bit of Loctite on that so it doesn't vibrate loose, and then I'll just put those in. So I started with these top two bolts, put those in first, kind of got them loose, hand tight, and then it'll give me a little play here to get this bottom one lined up properly. Now I'm just going to actually just slightly hand tighten these so that I can still get these two breather bolts in over here. These are the breather bolts that you would have to buy separately. And I'll actually list the part number right here, but it's also noted in the kit if you do buy that. If you do have the heavy breather to start out with on the ST or the CVO, it'll show you which part number, but I'll list that here as well as in the description. So again, I'm going to put a little bit of Loctite on these, and that's just going to go right in here, one on either side. So as you see on these breather bolts, there's actually a socket. You tighten this with a socket. It's like a bolt. So you'll actually need a 7/16 socket to go ahead and tighten that up. So I'm going to get this one in, and then we'll repeat that on the other side. And then this should be pretty much ready then to tighten everything down. And then I'll show you the next step. So I've got both the breather bolts in now, and I'm going to go ahead and just tighten those down. And there actually is the torque spec for those, which I will not say here because I'll probably say it wrong, but just check the directions for the actual torque spec for this. And then I'm going to go ahead and tighten these down now that this plate is on there nice and solid. So I'll tighten these down, and then we're ready for the breather hoses to go on. Now we're ready to install these two breather hoses. So these will actually go onto the two breather bolts that we put in here. And what that does is allows for any blow-by coming from the engine in terms of oil to be routed back into here. And when this is open, it goes back in the engine and burns that. So a lot of people don't like that, so they may put some bypasses on these to actually get a catch can to catch that extra oil coming out so it's not burning through the engine. I did see a little bit of blow-by on the other breather that I took out, and I have about 2,000 plus miles on the bike now. So a little bit of blow-by, but not terrible. And it's already been through its 1,000 mile service, so oil has been changed and topped off. So let me go ahead and put these on. And essentially what they do is you'll see there's a hole here, and there's a little tab here. So the long one goes on the left side here, just pushes on, and then slides over that tab. The short one goes on the right side. The tab's down here, push it in, push that over the tab to hold it steady, just make sure they're pushed in. And essentially that is it for this portion of the backing plate and the breather. Now we're ready to put the breather element itself onto here, but before we do that, I want to show you the difference between the one I'm putting on, which is the extreme ventilator, and the one that is stock on your 114 standard ventilator. So this is a stock, I believe this came off a 114. This is with the takeoff kit that I got from Harley Davidson. And then this is the ventilator extreme. So as you can see, much thicker. I think it's probably at least a ½ an inch thicker than this one in terms of from here to here. Then obviously on the front, this is all open, so you get more air coming in there versus the stock one, which is all closed off. So obviously you have much more surface area that the engine can receive air from, so much better flow coming into the bike. So now we've got the backing plate, and I've installed the actual K&N filter that is made for Harley Davidson for these motorcycles. It just kind of pushes in, it'll stay in place. It's got this rubber seal kind of around it, so it just kind of pushes in and pops in. But now we need to put the actual cover on it. All right, so what you get in the kit is you actually get the cover. There's 4 bolts here that actually go through here to hold it together. Then you have 2 of these brackets that go in the back to actually hold this onto, this cover onto that air cleaner. Before I actually bolt these brackets to the front of the cover, I'm going to show you how these go on here. There's a little space here, and then on the bottom there's not a gap, but essentially what you want to do is have these threads showing out, and you just kind of slide that into position over that slot, and then you'll do the same on the bottom with this under there. And once you get that lined up, you can see they're in good position there. And then what I'll do is I'll just put the breather element right on there, and then the cover, and then we'll bolt that up, and then this should be wrapped up. Now I'm just putting in the last bolt here, get it hand started. And then when you go ahead and tighten this up, you're going to kind of do it in a cross pattern. So kind of tighten this one, this one, this one, this one. And do that in an even amount of pressure so that this doesn't kind of get cocked or offset. And then what you want to do, there is a torque spec on these, and it is 55 to 60 inch-pound on these for the torque spec. So I'll go ahead and get those torqued down. Again, I did put blue Loctite on all those. And then we'll just get that tightened up, and then we should be set. We've got it on here, so now as you can see, I can freely get my leg up to the brake and not have any issues in terms of hitting my shin again on that snorkel coming out of there. This is just slightly rubbing up against my calf. But to me, this is a much safer and a much more rideable option than that heavy breather. Again, I'm not that tall of a guy, so I can't even imagine if you were 5'11", 6 foot, over 6 foot, you'd be constantly banging your shin or having to really lay your leg out, get your heel around to get to that brake without hitting your shin. So for me, I would say this is a great option, and for most of you out there, I would say probably a great option as well. So that's right, guys. You saw it, you heard it. That is the 2021 Road Glide Special. And if you've not been around the channel, if you've been around and forgotten, what this bike has is some performance upgrade. It has a Stage 2 Screaming Eagle 447 cam in it, which the bike runs and sounds awesome, as you just heard. And we have a full Tab Performance header and exhaust system on this bike. But what I never did is actually change out this stock ventilator breather. So while they say they're high flow, I think we can get a little bit more air coming into this bike and get a little bit more power out of it. So let's get into all that right after this. So that's right, guys. This bike still has the stock ventilator breather on it, which Harley Davidson says it's high flow and it's all right for Stage 1 and Stage 2. But I've always worried about not getting enough air into this bike. So what we're going to do today is I'm actually going to replace it with this Wedge Extreme Screaming Eagle breather kit. And what this does is actually gets 22% more air into the bike. It actually can support up to a stage 4 or about 150 horsepower. So if I would ever go to a stage 3 or a stage 4 on this bike, this will work for that. So what we need to do is obviously get this off, including the backing plate. So I'm going to show you how that comes off. And then we'll begin to install this Wedge Extreme Screaming Eagle breather kit. All right, so the first step in removing this stock ventilator breather kit is to remove these two bolts here that are holding this plate on here. You can either use a T15 or a 1/8 inch Allen. I'm actually just going to use my T15 and loosen these up. And these will come right out. So then once you get those two screws out of there, this front plate will come right off. So then the next two bolts we need to remove are here and here, and these are a T25. So I'll go ahead and loosen these up. And they're not very, very tight. Got this last T25 out of there. That'll allow this cover to come off, and then the actual filter itself to come out of there as well. So next we'll pull these vent tubes off. Again, that is for your blow-by. Any additional oil that's coming from the engine kind of goes back in. We'll pull those off and get those out of the way. So now that we've got the vent tubes off, we've got these 3 bolts here, which are also T25. Go ahead and remove these 3 T25s. Again, these are not too awfully tight. They do have some Loctite on them. And we'll get this last one off here. All right, so now that we've got these 3 bolts out, we need to remove these breather bolts here. And these are actually 7/16. And that's what's really holding this backing plate onto the bike. So we'll back those out. Get this last breather bolt out, and then that allows the backing plate to come off. Stock ventilator breather kit is off of there, so that really reveals everything that we need to go ahead and begin to put the Wedge Extreme breather kit on here now. All right, so we've gotten everything off of here, the stock ventilator off. So the first step we need to do is actually get this backing plate for the Wedge Extreme kit on here, and it will actually go in this orientation like this. But back here, we actually need this gasket to go on there. So we're going to peel this backing off there, and I'm going to stick it on here, just get it lined up with the holes where the bolts will go through. All right, so I just peeled that off, got this lined up with these holes, and got that gasket nicely sealed in there. Just kind of press it down. Again, make sure that you don't have any oil or anything on there so that this gasket sticks as well as it can. So just kind of put some pressure on that. And that should be good to go. All right, so before we actually bolt this up, obviously I've got the gasket on there. We have these 2 little rubber washers or little gaskets themselves, and they actually go right, one here and one here. And they just kind of stick in there, these little grommets or washers, whatever you want to call them. They go in there, and again, that's just to seal up completely to the bike so that we don't have any air leaks coming from here or where those breather bolts are going to come in and press this up into the bike. So you get a nice tight seal, no air leaks. I actually start by putting these breather bolts through the slots on the backing plate, which will actually go into here. But before I do that, I'm going to put a little bit of blue Loctite on both of those so that we know that they will stay secure as we're riding down the road. Carefully align this backing plate onto the manifold here, the throttle body, and just get these breather bolts started by hand. All right, so I've loosely put these breather bolts in here, again, with that blue Loctite. Then I'm going to put these 3 bolts in here, again, loosely to get that up against the bike going into this manifold. I'll put some blue Loctite on these as well, and then we'll get those started in there, and then get everything aligned, and then I'll begin tightening that up. All right, so I'm getting this final bolt in here. Got a little blue Loctite dripping out of there. Again, just make sure that this is nicely sealed up against this intake here. And we'll tighten that down by hand. I've got these in here. We'll get those torqued down, but now I'm going to go ahead and tighten up these breather bolts with this 7/16 socket here. Okay, and I get that kind of torqued in there. And tighten this one down. All right, so now that we've gotten this all tightened up, I'm going to go ahead and put these breather tubes on here again. The long one goes to the left if you're looking at it. Just press that on. And the shorter one will go to the right. Push that in there. And they just kind of fit on there. And these are different breather tubes. Obviously, it's got this long part, which I believe is just going to support that outside portion of that wedge. All right, so we've got the backing plate, the breather tubes, everything bolted up to the bike. So now we're actually ready to go ahead and put the filter on. So this one's a little unique in that obviously it's a wedge shape, but it's actually two pieces. Main portion of the wedge that goes sort of back here up against the bike, and then you have this front piece. And the way this kind of fits in here, you'll see when you get this, there's a slot and it just sort of fits in there. And you know you got this in the right way when you have the Harley Davidson emblem. Bar and shield is up here. All your part numbers and things are kind of along the bottom here. When I get it pressed in there, then it almost looks as though it's one piece. Now that I've actually got the filter put together, the two pieces, it's ready to go up on the bike. And then this frame will actually hold that onto the bike. So let's get this filter on here, get that lined up. And you'll feel it when it slips into the right slot. And then we've got our bracket to hold it on there. And then you've got some supplied bolts. These supply bolts, there's three of them. There's two longer ones that go up in the front. And then there's this shorter one that goes back here. And these are actually, this is the only unique tool that you'll need. These are actually 12-point heads on here. So you need a 12-point socket. But what I'm going to do is just get this started by hand to get this all lined up before we put the socket to it to kind of tighten it down. All right, so I've got those in there. I did put some blue Loctite on that. So again, this is the 12-point socket that you'll need. I've got a long one here, and this is a 5/16. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of tighten these in by hand and do this kind of evenly going around this so that you don't inadvertently smash this filter in an odd way to get it bent inside of that frame. All right, so now that I've gotten the hand tight, I'm going to go ahead and put my socket on this and get this kind of tightened up. And again, you kind of want to do this even pressure all the way around so that you don't get this filter bent. All right, and so since this is an odd shape, this kit also does come with this breather cover sock for if you do actually happen to get out in the rain or weather. And I think that should just fit right over there and is made specifically for that shape. So again, if you get out in the rain, you just want to kind of carry this in your saddlebag so you don't get a bunch of water sucked up into your engine. So that's it, guys. We got that on there. Looks good. Obviously, a lot of surface area here in the front, a lot more surface area going all the way around this filter as compared to the stock one. Obviously, there's the only area where air can come into the bike is just around here, and that's even partially covered up here on the top. So you really only got this portion where that air can get in there. So again, Harley Davidson states this gets 22% more air into the engine. It can support up to 150 horsepower. So if I want to go all the way up to stage 4 or 131 or maybe even a 135, I could stick with this. You can put this into up to a 68 millimeter throttle body. This is a stock throttle body, so you can go all the way up to that as well, and it will work with that. And obviously, more air coming in. I'll probably need to run some auto-tune sessions on this. With that Screaming Eagle. I will have a link to that video, so if you're curious about how to run an auto-tune after you've done this type of upgrade, I'll have that down in the description so you can go and check that out. But I'm really super excited. I think this bike is going to get more air in, run a lot more efficiently, and pump my horsepower up just a little bit over this stock ventilator. So guys, look at this K&N filter on the Ventilator Extreme on a 2023 Street Glide ST. It is filthy, and after only 3,500 miles. Guys, my name is Rick and this is the HDVIBE channel. In today's video, I'm actually going to show you how to recharge and make that K&N filter look like new. And this is something that you can do in your garage as well. So you follow this step-by-step video and you too can do this and save you some money from having to take it into the shop. And we'll get into it right after this. So that's right, guys, this K&N filter after only about 3,500 miles is really filthy. And so I think this goes to show you, while this does give good additional airflow into this engine, you do have to properly maintain that to continue to get that increased airflow. And one of the ways you can do that is if you see this thing getting really gray like this, they start out kind of pinkish red, but once it starts getting gray or even white, that means that filter's really dried out and it's not doing its job. And if it has a lot of dark around it, that means there's a lot of dirt that we need to get out of there. So what I'm going to do is show you how to recharge that filter, because obviously it's a reusable. And what you're going to need is, this is a K&N Performance Recharge Kit for their K&N filters. I actually got this at my local Harley Davidson dealership. And I'll actually put the part number up here on the screen as well as down in the description. So if you want to get this, to do this yourself, you can go ahead and order that. So to do this, obviously we got to get the filter off. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Again, on this Ventilator Extreme, it's just 4 bolts. I believe it's a 5/16 bolt, a 12 point. So if you have that, I actually went out and bought a set of 12 points. That's going to make this a lot easier and you're not going to mess up those bolts. So I'm going to go ahead and take those off and then we'll get into recharging that filter. Alright guys, so to get this K&N Ventilator Extreme filter out of here, obviously we got to take this bracket or housing off of here. And again, there's just 4 bolts here. These are 5/16 12 point heads on here. So I've got 12 point sockets, which actually makes this a lot easier. And you're just going to kind of loosen these up to get this top cover off so that you can then go ahead and pull that filter out. Alright guys, so I got it out after I actually had to use a little pry tool to get in between the backing plate and the filter, because this thing, I guess because of the heat, almost was a bit melted onto that backing plate. So I pried that off very gently and got it off. As you can see, this thing is pretty dirty in through here, very dirty in the front where it's pulling that air in as you're riding down the road. And as you can see in the back, it's getting pretty light. It's not very not that kind of reddish pink color anymore. So now that I've gotten out, the first step is we actually need to clean it. So let me show you how you do that. To get this cleaned up, we're going to actually use, the first step is this K&N cleaner that came in the kit. So we're going to spray a liberal amount all over the front as well as the back of this filter to get that to start eating off all of this road grime and gunk that we got. So just kind of liberally spray that all over the front, the sides, and especially where it's really dirty, like up here in the front where it's taking the air in, and then back here. Then we'll flip this over and spray this liberally on the back side of this filter as well. Alright guys, so now that we've got that cleaner sprayed on there, we're actually going to let this sit for about 10 minutes. But you do not want to let this cleaner dry onto that filter. So we're going to let it sit 10 minutes and then we'll move on to the next step. All right guys, the 10-minute timer is off. So now it's time to get this thing rinsed off. Okay, so to rinse this off, we actually need to use cold water on a low pressure. We're just going to rinse this thing completely to try to get all of this dirt and gunk off of this filter. So let's just do that now. Again, cold water, low pressure, just kind of rinsing it, and you can see there's a lot of dirt that's kind of coming out of this thing. I can see the gunk coming into the sink down there. Hopefully the camera's picking that up. And we'll go ahead and flip it over and rinse it from the back side as well, so we get everything out of there. So now that I've got it rinsed out, we need to let this dry. And once it's dry, I'll show you how you apply the K&N filter oil to this. So another thing I want to tell you guys about before we get on to the next part of the video is Hogworks is having a Black Friday sale. So a couple things I want to tell you about. First, you can win a $250 gift card if you go to my Instagram, which is HDVIBE_ on Instagram. And there's a post that you'll see that looks like this. And go to that post and follow my Instagram page as well as Hogworks on Instagram, and then leave a comment down below what you're looking forward to for Thanksgiving. That drawing will take place on November 29th, and Hogworks will be contacting the winner if you should be the winner of that $250 gift card from Hogworks. The other thing, that was a kickoff to the Hogworks Black Friday special, and what they're doing right now is they have a code that you put in at the end of your order, which is turkey. Pretty simple. And you will save 10% off your entire order. Again, Hogworks has all the color matched items for your Harley Davidson touring motorcycles. They have lighting, they have liners. Go check that out and you can save some money. So now hopefully that filter has dried and we can move on to the next part of the video. This is the recharge filter oil that comes in that kit. And this is the aerosol can. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna pop this lid off and then we're just gonna spray that all over that filter. And I would say do this in a well-ventilated area because these can put off some fumes, so you don't wanna be choking on this stuff. So let me pull this off and we'll start spraying this filter down and see what we get. What I'm gonna do is try to spray it on the crown of each one of these little pleats here and let it sort of soak in. So I'm gonna go ahead and start spraying this and just give it a light coating, and you can see it's kind of got that pinkish reddish color, so we're just kind of spraying it across there. And again, just be careful that you're in a well ventilated area for this. And we'll just kind of give it a good solid spray here. All right, so I've got this pretty generously sprayed with that filter oil. So now what I'm gonna do is let this set for about 20 minutes and then wipe off the excess here and then see if we need to touch up any areas. And if we don't, then we're ready to go ahead and put it on. But if we do, we'll just spray another coat on it. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes and see where we're at. It's been about 20 minutes since I sprayed that first coat on. So you can see there's still some lighter areas here and a few kind of around the edges. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this a respray in some of these areas. And again, let it dry for about another 20 minutes and then see what this looks like at that point. And if it's good at that point, then I'll be ready to actually reinstall that onto the backing plate on the bike. Another thing, guys, while we're waiting for this second coat to dry on that filter, of that filter oil. If you want to see the complete video on how to change out from a heavy breather to this ventilator breather, I'll put a link to the video right up here as well as down in the description so you can see there is some nuance to installing or going from the heavy breather that comes on these ST models or even the heavy breather that on your CVO models, which I believe the heavy breather was maybe on 2020 to 2022 models. So if you want to see the complete video on how to change that out, like I said, it is a little nuanced. I will have that link for you so you can go back and see that after you see this video. All right, guys, so it's been about 40 minutes. Let's see what this filter looks like now. I think it's pretty good. So there it is. The filter is looking pretty good. I'm looking through the back. It's pretty well soaked through all the way around. So you're getting that nice reddish, pinkish look to it. So that means this has soaked through. There's still a lot of excess on there. Even when I put this on new, there was a lot of excess oil on there. So it's going to take a little bit of time for that to sort of suck into the filter as well as sort of just kind of fall through. So even after I put this on, I'm probably going to have to put a rag underneath this for some time to kind of let that dry, and also not ride the bike for a day or so to kind of let that fully dry. So before I put that back on, I just want to show you. So here in this backing plate and this intake here, I don't have much blow by at all. And if you recall, I did a stage 1 upgrade on this with a map with the Bluetooth tuner, which I have a full video on that. And then I recently released a video where I did an auto tune or smart tune session on this bike. So From a oil perspective, which I know a lot of people get concerned about all the blow-by that comes in here, so I think at the end of the day, between that tune and also having the oil level set correctly, you don't get much blow-by. I wiped this out and there was literally no oil in there. So if you like, go check those videos out after you view this one. So now I think I'm going to wipe that down just a little bit more with some paper towels to get a little bit more of that excess oil off of there. And then we'll go ahead and get that put back on the bike. So that's it, guys. That's how you recharge a K&N filter for your Harley Davidson motorcycle, or really any other motorcycle or vehicle that uses a K&N filter. That's right, guys. You saw the thumbnail. We are going to do a head-to-head comparison between Reinhardt DBX 45s and Tab Performance 4.5 BAM sticks with the Zombie baffle. Guys, my name is Rick and this is the HDVIBE channel. I have gone through so many exhausts and I feel that this will be a great, valuable video for you to at least compare these two on a number of points. We're going to talk about price, we're going to talk about configuration, we're going to talk about installation, not too much, I'm not even going to show you how to do that, but some differences there. And then we're going to get the bike outside and we're going to listen to what these sound like. And we'll get into it right after this. That's right, guys, head-to-head comparison between Reinhardt DBX 45s and Tab Performance 4.5 BAM sticks with the Zombie baffles. I'm super excited. Guys, if you've been around the channel, you know I've run Reinhardt DBX 45s on all three bikes for over a year now. And I'm super excited. Tab Performance was kind enough to send out their Tab BAM sticks 4.5s with the Zombie baffles for the M8 to compare head-to-head to the Reinhardt DBX 45. So first, let's talk about price. So the Tab Performance 4.5 BAM sticks for the 2017 and newer models comes in at $699, okay? And the Reinhardt DBX 45s comes in at $719.99. So basically $700 versus $720. So not a huge difference. But now here's where the interesting part comes in. Reinhardt, in terms of configuration, you can get chrome or black. And on the chrome, you can either get a chrome tip straight or you can get the black tip straight. As you'll see on my bikes, I have combinations of all those. I have black on the ST. I have chrome on black on the Road Glide Special. And then I have all chrome on the Street Glide CVO. Let's talk about the configuration you can get on the Tab Performance BAM sticks. So you can get chrome or black on the main component of the slip-on. Now for your tips, you can get a straight cut or you can get a slash cut. And those can be chrome or black in either of those combinations for either of the main bodies of the exhaust. Now the other interesting thing is you can actually order different baffles. So I went with the Zombie baffles, which is the loudest baffle. They have, I believe it's a 2.5 medium baffle. You can get it with no baffle, or you can get it with, I think it's a 1.5 baffle, which is the quietest. So I chose the Zombie. So on the DBX 45, the only option you have is the DBX 45 baffle. So we talked about price, we talked a little bit about configuration. There is just a slight difference on installation. So the Reinhardt DBX 45s, they do come with their own hardware kit in terms of the bolts that go down through the back bracket on the bike and the back bracket on the actual slip-on. So the difference is the bolts on the DBX 45s, they kind of slide into a slot and then the bolt goes up and you kind of put the nut on top of that. Versus the Tab Performance is more traditional. You actually reuse the stock hardware. The bolt just goes down and just completely bolts right into the entire connecting point through that metal bracket on your saddlebag rail into the muffler itself. So straight down. So a little different configuration. I'm not sure if one's better than the other, but it's a little bit different. And with the Reinhardt, you do have to use their hardware for that. So that's really the main difference in terms of installation. I'm not going to show you the installation. Again, on the right side of the bike, if you have the M8, you're going to use a 15 millimeter for the pipe clamp. You're going to use a 1/2 inch on the back. On the other side, I believe it's a 9/16 for the pipe clamp and a 1/2 inch. You just kind of bolt that up and it's no big deal. Guys, if you would, if you like this type of content, please give it a thumbs up. Also, leave comments down below. Let me know what you think as I'm doing the sound clips between the two exhausts. I do have something really exciting. Tap Performance also has sent me a head pipe without a cat, and that will be coming up in a future video. So let's get on with the rest of the video. Now's the time I'm actually going to show you outside. We're going to start with a cold start with both exhausts. Then we're going to get out on the road, and I'll run through the gears and you can hear that. And then we're also going to just kind of go around the neighborhood, and you can get a feel for how loud or not loud they are, sort of not under a heavy load. So let's get these things on and we'll get out and hear some sound clips. right, guys, so what did you think? Leave a comment down below. Which one do you like better? The Reinhardt DBX45 or the Tab Performance 4.5 BAM sticks with the zombie baffles? So just before we wrap up, I'm going to review. So in terms of price, the Tab Performance BAM sticks are just a little bit less expensive, about $20 less expensive. So I would give the check to Tab Performance on that one. Configurability, you have a lot more options with the Tab Performance BAM sticks with all the different tips and different color combinations. So again, I would give the second check to Tab Performance BAM sticks. Third, installation, not a real big difference there. The Reinhardt is a little unique in that it does have that slotted portion on the top of the slip-on to get it on. Doesn't make it any more difficult or any more different. So I would say they're about equal there. So now, from a sound performance standpoint, so what do you guys think? I will tell you, hopefully the camera captured it, but the tab BAM sticks 4.5 with the zombie baffles are definitely louder than Reinhardt DBX45s if that's what you're going for. It does have a nice rumble when you're sort of cruising at steady speeds, but when you get into the throttle, it has that raspy crack. Everybody knows you're coming down the road. And when you kind of give the throttle a little twist, you get a nice crack. Versus a DBX45, you do get a good crack. It is probably a deeper rumble than what you get on the tab BAM sticks. So a little bit difference there. So I guess it really, at the end of the day, if you want the loudest with a nice deep rumble, I would say go with the BAM sticks, the tab. Or if you want just a deep rumble and that classic Reinhardt sound, go with the Reinhardts. Guys, the time has finally come. I'm actually going to change out the head pipe on the 2021 Road Glide Special. Guys, my name is Rick and this is the HDVIBE channel. Stick with me today in today's video. Spend a little time as I'm working in the garage and I'm going to show you step by step how to install this Tab Performance 212 head pipe that is decatted on the 2021 Road Glide Special. And we'll get into it right after this. That's right, guys, we're going to be replacing the head pipe on the 2021 Road Glide Special with this Tab Performance 212 decatted head pipe. Some advantages to this head pipe versus some others like Vance & Hines and Cobra. So one, you can reuse your stock heat shields with this one, so they will fit right on this. So that keeps the cost of this down, so you don't have to pay for additional heat shields. So that is great. Secondly, this does have the option for wideband or the stock O2 sensors. Thirdly, and I think most importantly, what I've found on Vance & Hines Power Duals and Cobras is one, you have to move your right side floorboard out so that it gives clearance to the head pipe, which is not that big a deal, but you do have to put a spacer, the things on there. And then secondly, on the Vance & Hines Power Dual, it actually sets lower than the floorboard on the right side. So anytime you're going hot into a turn, you're getting some leans in, you're going to be scraping that thing. And I've seen many people from the front of that heat shield all the way back have scrapes all along the bottom of that. So you don't have to worry about that with this one. This is not a difficult job. I've done two others head pipe change outs, one with the Cobra, one with the Vance & Hines, and now we're going to be doing the Tab. It's not super difficult, but you do need to take your time, follow this video step-by-step instructions, and give yourself plenty of time because this does take time and you want to make sure you walk through this step by step. The other nice thing about this Tab Performance head pipe is you're going to use the same clamps on the side of the bike, and you don't have to worry about a crossover because your crossover going to the left side of the bike will fit right into this. So you don't have an extra crossover pipe or a different bracket system. So you're going to be using all that stock. All right, guys, so to get started on this project, first of all, I've already done some of this. Obviously, take your seat off. You're going to take your saddlebags off. And you're going to take your right side cover off. First thing I'm going to do is actually I'm going to drop the right side floorboard. Then we'll take off the heat shields. We'll remove the slip-on. And then that will really show you what this stock head pipe looks like. Okay, so my 5/16 Allen here, I'm just loosening this rear bolt that I just showed you. And we'll actually remove that completely. Now I'll go ahead and loosen up the heat shields. Again, it's just these pipe clamp bolts. These are actually 5/16 heads, I believe. You can use a screwdriver, but I like to use a ratchet. So there's just a few here, down here, and then there's, I think, one or two here. So just kind of feel around and use your wrench and then kind of loosen those up so you can completely remove these stock heat shields. So now that I've got the heat shields off, now I'm ready to actually remove the Tab Performance BAM stick slip-on. So I'm going to use a 15mm here, loosen this pipe clamp, and then we have the two 1/2" bolts back here, the hanger bracket. Loosen that up and then we'll pull that right off. Now that we got those 1/2" off, I'll just go ahead and pull this slip-on off of here, which it should come off pretty easy. We're going to actually get this clamp, this pipe clamp that comes from the crossover into the header, and that's actually a 9/16 bolt, and that is just a clamp that's right under here. So I'm going to go ahead and loosen that. I'm not sure if I'm going to have to actually loosen the crossover bracket that's underneath the bike here. I may have to in order to kind of work that new one on, but we'll see how that goes. So, but I'll update you as we go through to make sure you know exactly what I need to do here. I'm actually going to remove this clamp off of the head pipe here, and this is actually a 1/2 inch. So next we're actually going to disconnect our O2 sensor. So you've got this grayish plug here, behind it's a black plug. And so one thing you got to remember is the black plug goes to the back cylinder and this gray plug goes to the front cylinder. This is just kind of routed in behind here. So that's actually the one going up to the front cylinder. This is the O2 sensor line going from here back to here, and there's actually just one zip tie here. So one thing you might want to do is actually take a picture of how this is all routed, so that when you get back to putting everything back together and you put these O2 sensors on the head pipe that you're reinstalling, you know exactly how to route these. I will disconnect these, and it's pretty simple. We're just going to push down on these quick connects, pull those out like that. And then, as I said, there's just a zip tie right here. I'm going to cut that zip tie, and I've got some other zip ties. And then that will loosen these lines so that when I get all of these clamps and the flange bolts or the head bolts loosened, I can just pull that right out without any problem. Some people actually try to take these off the head pipe and leave it routed in there. The reason I don't like that is you don't want to get these wires twisted on your O2 sensors, because that could then cause issues with the bike of not getting good readings on your O2 sensors. So I like the method of disconnecting these, rerouting them, and then pulling that all off at one time. Now that we've got the O2 sensor lines freed, I'm actually now ready to actually loosen the bolts that are holding this head pipe into the heads here. So in this case, this is where it would come in handy if you have a flexible socket head on this and an extension, so you have enough room to get in there. On the front one, it's going to be a little more challenging, and I'll show you what the challenge is on that. So here we go. I got my extension. These are actually 1/2 inch nuts on here. So we're going to try to loosen this up, and you want to kind of loosen this up a little bit at a time on each side, and just kind of do it gently, because the last thing you want to do is break these bolts. So we'll start on this front one. And I'm starting the back nut on this, and it's a little more challenging because they do have this lower fairing. In retrospect, maybe I should have taken that off to do this, but we'll see. I think I can manage with this flexible socket head on here. Okay, so I'm making some progress here. Actually, believe it or not, this head bolt was actually pretty loose, and I haven't done anything to it, so I don't know if it's loosened up over time or if even at the Harley Davidson plant. These are challenging to get to. They didn't get that super tight, so I'm off, and I'm wondering if maybe I didn't even have an exhaust leak on this front cylinder because of this, but it's coming off, and I'll get that off here in just a second, and then we'll be able to move on to the next step. So we have success. The last head bolt is off, and so we're actually now, I think, ready to go ahead and pull this stock head pipe off, assuming that that crossover clamp will be loose enough that I can actually wiggle this thing out. So we'll see. I actually put some WD-40 on that so that hopefully I can just pull it straight out of there. So we'll see how this goes. Well, that wasn't graceful, but it came out, and now I just need to free that, and the stock head pipe is off. All right, so at this point, we've got the head pipe off. Everything is loosened. But I want to show you these. These actually come in the kit from Tab Performance, and these are the head pipe gaskets that actually go up into the heads here. So ideally, you'd want to replace those. I'm actually going to choose to not change out these head pipe gaskets. These are identical to the Harley Davidson ones, it feels like. So I'm going to not change those out. Hopefully I won't regret that decision, but if you do want to change those out, you do need to make sure you get all of that out, and you just kind of use a pick and you pick all of that out, and then you very, very gently slide these in with the flat portion. I'm going up against the head, sort of angled piece comes out so that the head pipe slips into that. So I'm actually going to leave mine in as is. I've done this on my other bikes. I've never had an issue with it, but they're there, they're in the kit if you do choose to go ahead and change those out. Here's the stock head pipe that I've got off. So this was the clamp that was clamped around here. We're going to reuse that again on the TAP Performance head pipe. I need to take these very carefully off. These again are the O2 sensors, but I believe those are 1/2 inch. And then we have these flanges and these flange little caps here. Those are also we're going to reuse, so I'm going to slip those off very carefully, and we'll reuse those, and I'll show you how those go on to the TAP Performance pipe. Same as if you were changing out any other head pipe, you reuse these flanges and this little retaining clip. All right, so now we're ready to start working on the TAP Performance head pipe. So the first thing I'm going to actually do is slip on the flange, and again, this flange has got a sort of an indent right in here, so that's going to go out, because obviously then you have this retaining clip that's going to slide in there that's going to hold that. Kind of stretch it over this. Actually I didn't even have to use my screwdriver, just kind of plopped it on there, and you can see, so that retaining clip holds that flange in place, which then the bolts coming out of the heads go into here, and then your nuts obviously go on the outside of this. This kind of turned like that, I think, on the front one. Earlier I mentioned in the video that you can do wideband O2 sensors or your normal. So we're going to be running normal. So what TAP Performance actually provides is a plug to plug this wideband O2 sensor input part. So we'll actually put that in there. So if you were running the wideband you're changing out, you'd run those in here, and then they also provide a plug for the normal O2 sensor input, and you would just clamp that down. So this is the anti-seize lubricant that you need to buy. I got this at AutoZone, I think. It just is one of those things so that this doesn't, because there's so much heat, it doesn't essentially weld this plug and your O2 sensor into the head pipe. So that when you do need to remove them, you can actually get them removed. So you just put a little dab on this, a little dab will do you, and just kind of get it all around the threads, and then go ahead and thread it in, and it'll just protect this a little bit. Now that I've got the wideband plugs in here, this is actually a 3/8, I believe, Allen, so I'm just going to tighten that down. Just tighten those things up, and again, they've got that copper washer, or at least it's copper colored in between, that you put in between the plug and the head pipe. So, and then wipe off any excess of that anti-seize that may have kind of squished out. You can see I've got it on my hands. Turns your fingers white or silver. So now I'm ready to actually put the O2 sensor into the TAP Performance head pipe. So you do want to use anti-seize, but you want to just make sure it's on the threads. You do not want to get it on that sensor because it could cause some issues with the bike. So I would say use it sparingly. And try your best just to keep it on those threads. So now we're ready to actually put the head pipe onto the bike. So this, oftentimes what I find, this is the challenging part, and if you can actually find an extra set of hands to help you out with this, sometimes that helps, especially on these one-piece head pipes. It can be a little challenging to get these flange bolts to line up. While you're doing that, you want to make sure you get your O2 sensor kind of lines begin to route those down to where they need to be so that they're not in an odd position and you have to pull this bad boy back off. It's sort of a constant adjustment here to kind of gently get them on there. And again, the last thing you want to do is break one of these bolts going into the heads. So you want to be very, very careful with that. So let me see what I can do here, and hopefully this will go on. The only other thing that I'm a little worried about is I may have to end up loosening up this crossover pipe, but we'll see if we can get that in there. I was able to get it off without it, but we'll see if I can actually slide everything in there and get it to line up. May or may not. I may have to take that off to get this lined up and then slide that on after the fact. So I struggled just a few seconds with this head pipe and realized I needed to drop this crossover. So I just actually took the bolt out. It was a 1/2-inch bolt in that hanger, and just actually let it sit down on the ground. I didn't even remove the slip-on the other side. It's still bolted up to the rear hanger bracket. It's not going to cause any issues or bend anything because that's a rubber gasket there. So I think that's the best option. So if you guys, I kind of skipped that step early on thinking I wouldn't have to do that, but after a brief struggle, I realized that it's best to drop that down. Okay, so now after a struggle, I won. You got to get this thing exactly lined up on these one piece. They're always challenging, but once you get it lined up, I mean, it's there, it just slips right in, and it's like, well, this should have been really simple, but I've got them on there. I've got the flanges on there. I've got the nuts on the bolts going into the heads. So that's all lined up. I haven't tightened them yet, so as you can see, it's still loose. I got this clamp on. So now I'm actually going to go ahead and reconnect the crossover pipe. So now I'm just going to actually reroute the O2 sensor lines before I begin to tighten up. So I just kind of rerouted the black one, again, back behind these little connecting points. And again, these is actually going to zip tie, I believe it was right here, but that was also with the front one. So I'm going to go ahead and plug that one in. So we got the back one plugged in, and then I'm going to route the front one just like it was before. There's actually some little clips under here for routing this, and you'll feel it. It just kind of slides in there. I'm going to run this back behind the ABS module, and then I'll plug this in back here. So that's all reconnected. So now I just need to zip tie right here where the original zip tie was, and then one down here. And then the O2 sensors are all set. So now, after I've got that, now I need to begin to start tightening these flange bolts in. Now I'm tightening these head flange bolts. I'm going to do it just actually a little bit by hand, kind of alternating, so I get equal pressure on this so that it does get a nice seal. And then I get that kind of hand tight. Then I'm going to do the same up here on the front, which is a little more challenging, but I'll do that. And then once I get these hand tight up here, then I'll start tightening these down, again, equal on both sides, flip back up to the front, kind of go back and forth. And then once those tighten up, then obviously I can tighten this clamp up and begin to button all this up. So I got the head bolts all tightened up equal on the front and the back cylinder. Now I'm going to go ahead and tighten up this 1/2-inch bolt here on this bracket. Okay, we got that tight. Now time to put the slip-ons back on. So I slipped those back on. They slipped right over these the head pipe real nice. So I'll go ahead and get this back hanger bracket tightened up. And I'm not going to tighten this pipe clamp just yet. I'm going to leave that a little bit loose until I get kind of everything lined up and make sure from a bag perspective that we've got good alignment left to right on that. And now I'm going to go ahead, and I did have to slip off the other side slip-on. I would suggest if you're doing this, go ahead and just do that up front. The instructions do say that. I thought I could get away without doing that, but obviously I couldn't, so I went ahead and slipped that off. So I'm going to slip that one back on. Now we're actually ready to put these heat shields back on. So again, it's just going to be a reverse of the process, getting your pipe clamps around the new head pipe, and then getting them lined up to screw those in and tighten them up. So I'm going to go ahead and get those on, put these heat shields on, kind of do them loose and get them started, and so you can get everything kind of lined up again, just like we did when we were putting the head pipe on. We kind of did everything loose, got it all lined up, and then we tightened everything up. Same with the heat shields here. So I'm going to continue on. Heat shields are back on. Now I'm wiping everything down to make sure I get all the oils and things off. All right, so as you can see, we got it wrapped up. We've got everything clamped back on. We got the saddlebags on. The last thing I need to do is put the seat back on. And then before we wrap up today's video, I'm actually going to do some comparisons, some cold starts, some runs out on the road, and compare that to the tab BAM sticks with the zombie baffle with the stock header. And then we'll compare that to the 212 tab header, again, with the zombie baffle slip-on. So we're going to be comparing apples and apples. The only thing different is going to be the head pipe. So that's it, guys. We put on the 212 tab performance header. Again, goes on just like the stock, still looks like stock after you put it on, and you can still use your stock heat shields on this. So guys, incredible sound coming out of this. I actually had a guy comment yesterday when I was riding. I put now about 120 miles on these pipes. He made a comment, he's like, what the heck did you do to your bike? It sounds incredible, it sounds mean, and it sounds visceral. So that's what you're gonna get with the no cat head pipe and the Tab Performance 4.5 BAM sticks with the zombie baffles. So guys, if you've been around the channel, or if you haven't, over the last few videos I've done some extensive exhaust comparisons in terms of Tab Performance versus Reinhardt DBX 45s, and again that was Tab Performance BAM sticks 4.5 with the zombie baffles. And then I followed that up with putting on the 212 Tab Performance head pipe. Guys, my name is Rick and this is the HDVIBE channel. In today's video, we're going to follow on to those videos and we're actually going to show how to change out the baffle on the Tab BAM sticks to the medium baffles. And then stay tuned because I'm going to give you then comparisons between the zombie baffles, the medium baffles, and also the Reinhardt DBX 45. So this is going to be an extensive exhaust comparison, and we'll get into all that right after this. So that's right, guys, extensive exhaust comparison. But before we do that, I'm going to show you just how easy it is to change out the baffles on these BAM sticks. Again, I'm going to go from the zombie baffle to the medium baffle so that you guys can hear the difference. And we're also going to show you how you can change out those end caps on your Tab Performance slip-on exhaust. Let's get started with changing that baffle out. Okay, so to change these baffles out, it's really pretty easy. Obviously, you got to remove the slip-on from the head pipe and get it off of the bike. So obviously, you got your 2 1/2-inch bolts in the back. You got your 15 millimeter or about a 9/16 pipe clamp on front. Pull that off, repeat that on the other side. Obviously your pipe clamp on the other side is a little bit smaller, but then you have the pipe. And essentially what you have on these BAM sticks is a bolt here and then 2 bolts here. These 2 bolts are actually holding the end cap on, so we're going to change that out. So we have the black straight cut with this sort of emerald cut. And then there's 1 bolt here that we're going to take out. And again, these are 5/32 bolts. This is actually the bolt that's holding the actual baffle into the slip-on. So let me go ahead. I'm first going to loosen these, pull this off, and then we'll go to this one, loosen that, and then I'll show you how you get that baffle out of there. Pretty simply, we've got our 5/32 Allen. We're just going to loosen these 2 bolts that are holding this end cap on. I've got those 2 bolts out, so now I'm going to flip over and I'm going to take this last bolt out. Again, a 5/32. We'll just loosen that up. So now we should be able to pull this end cap off of this slip-on, which then will allow us to get to the actual baffle to begin pulling that out. So let me get this started. And it's beginning to loosen up here. And I'll just kind of wiggle it out. And there is the end cap. So I'm actually going to replace these with the all chrome end caps, which I think I'm going to actually, I don't know, these black are pretty cool. It's got the tab performance up front, but I'm going to try the actual chrome ones. And let me show you the difference between this black straight cut and the chrome straight cut. So here's the chrome one and the black one. So again, they're both cut pretty similarly. It's got that emerald cut. This is almost like a piece of jewelry and really catches the light. So I'm going to run with these for a while. So it's pretty simple, obviously, to switch these out. Just a bolt or two, take the old one out and slip these in. So now let's move on to actually getting the baffle out of the slip-on. Got all these bolts taken out, and you can see there is the baffle in this slip-on. So to get this started, I'm actually going to just kind of tap this on the floor. I'm going to slightly tap it straight down on the floor, and that will loosen that baffle up, so then it will just slide right out. So let's try that now. And there you can see that baffle has already slid right up here to the front. And maybe a couple more taps. A couple of taps, and I actually took these pliers and just kind of spread them out and then pulled straight up. I was able to then get this baffle out. So this is the zombie baffle. As you can see, no louvers, no baffling material around it. Pretty much just, if you look through here, just a straight pipe. So by contrast, this is the medium baffle. So I don't know if the camera will pick it up, but it's actually louvered inside. Obviously it's got this baffling material around it. So that's going to actually quiet that down quite a bit. If you remember from the video, and we'll go to it here in just a minute, some sound comparisons, but this one is really, really loud. I really like the sound of it, but I'm curious to see how this medium baffle sounds on this Stage 2 Milwaukee 8. All right, so now we're ready to actually put this medium baffle into the slip-on. So as you can see here, we have the hole where the bolt will actually go through the slip-on and into this baffle. So one of the things you have to make sure is you get that lined up, obviously, onto the slip-on body itself. So one trick to make sure that you can get that hole lined up in the slip-on from this baffle, the top of this baffle, is get this very technical tool, a Sharpie, and mark a line where that hole is onto the top of this baffle so that you can know about where that hole is as you begin to get that lined up and sliding that into the body of the slip-on. All right, so we are ready to begin to put this baffle in here. So I've got my hole for the bolt that's going to go through here. It's actually going to go into this hole here. And I've got my lines, so I'm going to try to get this as lined up as possible. And once this actually gets lined up and begins to slip in, I'm a little twisted. So you just want to make sure you get that lined up. And as simple as that, that baffle just, once it's in there, it just lines right up. And I think I've got it pretty well aligned with the hole. The point for the baffle is lined up with the hole here in the slip-on. So now it's actually ready for the 5/32 bolt with the washer to go in there. So I'm just going to go ahead and screw that in. And if you want to put a little bit of Loctite on there, feel free. I don't know that it's actually necessary. I don't think it had Loctite on it to begin with. But that's pretty tight. Okay, so the only thing to remember on when you're putting these end caps on, if you got the straight cut, your tab performance, you want it facing up, or if you want it facing down, they do have the holes here. I like it facing up, so obviously you're going to align it with the connecting points for the bolts on the hanger on the back of the bike. So again, just kind of get it lined up and then tap it down into place. And now we'll go ahead and put this last bolt in and tighten it down. Okay, so there it is. Now we have the chrome end cap on there, the medium baffle in here. I'm going to go ahead and slip this back on the bike. Then I'm going to change out the baffle on the other side, and then we're going to take this bike outside. We're going to get some sound clips. And again, I'm going to compare the Zombie baffle on this 4.5 BAM stick to this medium baffle. And then we're also going to compare that to the Reinhardt DBX 45 so that you can compare Zombie baffle, medium baffle, and a Reinhardt DBX 45 baffle. Guys, I've made some mistakes when it comes to Legend suspension on the 2021 Road Glide Special. Guys, my name is Rick and this is the HDVIBE channel. In today's video, we're going to explore some mistakes that I made and that others make sometimes when it comes to adding Legend suspension to their Harley Davidson touring motorcycle. And hopefully by the end, you will learn from my mistakes and you won't make those as well. And we'll get into it right after this. That's right, guys, if you've been around the channel for a while, you know I have had Legend suspension on the rear of the 2021 Road Glide Special for some time now. And as you can see, I've got the Road Glide Special here on my right. I've got the Street Glide ST on my left, and that's really for some comparison purposes that we're going to do a little bit later in this video. But what I want to do today is cover some things and mistakes that I've read about in forums that I personally have made when it comes to adding Legend suspension onto your Harley Davidson touring motorcycle. The first mistake that people often make is these specials come with a stock 12-inch rear shock. So people naturally gravitate and say, well, I'm going to replace it with a 12-inch rear shock when I get my Legends. Don't make that mistake. Go to a 13-inch rear shock on these specials or any bike like a CVO that might have a 12-inch. And the reason I say that is because the way these need to be set from a preload perspective is you need to set them at a 12.5-inch sag. That is from the center top bolt to the center bottom bolt on these shocks. so that you get the right preload set. So that's an adjustment you need to make on that. And then when you sit on the bike, hopefully that gets you down to 12 inches. So as you can see here, this has a 13-inch Legend shock on it. This has a 13-inch stock Harley Davidson shock. So I'm actually going to measure from the floor to the bottom of the exhaust and show you how these things sit and what the difference is in terms of height, because those mufflers, the slip-ons, are actually mounted at the same point. So measuring that distance on the low side on both of these should be, in theory, a 13-inch shock and a 13-inch shock, you would think the same. These bikes weigh relatively about the same. So let's take that measurement now. So for comparison purposes, again, the Street Glide ST has a stock Harley Davidson 13-inch shock. So I'm going to measure from the floor to the top of the Reinhardt DBX45 mufflers. These are both 4.5-inch mufflers, so the same diameter. So I should be equal and equal. And what I have here from the floor to the top of this pipe is about 11 inches. So now I switch on this side to the Road Glide ST. Again, measuring on the low side from the floor to the top again to this 4.5-inch exhaust. And I'm at about 10 5/8. So you almost have about a 1/2 inch difference in the way these set, and that's exactly right. So this is sitting at about 12.5 center to center, and this one's going to be sitting at 13. So another mistake people sometimes will make is they actually get the wrong load type on the Legend shocks. They come in a standard spring and a heavy duty spring. So Legend gives you some guidelines. If your weight is under a certain limit when loaded, and I'll put that actually down in the description, you would go with your standard shock. Or if you're going to be over with your weight plus what you normally would carry on the bike over a certain weight limit, you would go with the heavy duty shock. So if you get the wrong spring for your weight and the riding weight on the bike, you're not going to get a very good ride. Now I will say, if you compare the ride, once you put the rears on compared to the Harley stock, it is night and day difference, but there is still some things you need to do. Also need to make sure that you install these Legends Revo shocks correctly in terms of what washers and what wide spacers go for what model year, and that's all listed in the instructions. So installation on these is key, and I will actually put a link to the full install video that I did on this bike right up here, so that you can go back and reference that, and I'll also have a link to that down in the description if you want to see step by step how you do install these. So the next mistake I think that people think is that they're going to get this really plush ride when they go to Legends or maybe even any other shocks in the marketplace. Well, I will tell you, you do absorb bumps and expansion joints and go over railroad tracks, and you have a much less likely opportunity to actually bottom out once you do put these Legend shocks on. But they're not going to give you the Cadillac type ride. They're not going to be floating. They're really a performance shock versus your Harley Davidson shock. That one, if you don't have it adjusted right, or even if you do have it adjusted right, a lot of times you will actually bottom out. But if you're just going down the highway and you're not doing twists and turns, you probably will get a pretty decent ride out of that, especially if you have a police seat that has the springs on it. Your base shocks may be okay, and you may not have to invest that money and time into putting a Legend shock on your Harley Davidson touring motorcycle. Now, the other main difference between these two shocks is on the Legends, you actually can adjust both shocks to get that preload set just right. So you do one side, then you do the other side, you get it set just right. Obviously, as many of us know on these Harley Davidson bikes, only the left side shock is adjustable and the right side is just kind of there for the ride. The other mistake people will make is they get these rear shocks on and they're going down the road, and this actually happened to me as well. Your front end feels a little loose. And by loose, I mean maybe in turns, at high speed, at curves. Sometimes when you hit those tar snakes, you'll feel that front end just shimmy a little bit. And that's what I was experiencing, and I really didn't know that I had made a huge mistake. And that huge mistake was I had a really good suspension in the back, and I still had the old school Harley front suspension, which basically is just 2 springs and a bunch of oil in those forks. So these were doing their job in the back, but the front was so inept that it couldn't keep up. So what happens is you're getting not an optimal ride because you just have the rears on. Recently, I had the Legend Axio suspension cartridges put in the front of this bike. And I will tell you, that wiggle and that looseness completely disappeared. This bike now feels like it's riding on rails. I actually feel much more confident on the bike, whether it be in straight lines, going through sweeping curves, tight maneuvers, in the parking lot. The bike just responds much better with that front Axio suspension put in and working in conjunction with the rear Revos that are on this bike. Now I will say, and I've read this in forums, people complain and say, I can't believe I spent all this money on Legend shocks and it rides very rough and very stiff. So the other mistake sometimes people do is they don't actually set the preload on the front correctly either. You have 0 through I think 3 in terms of the preload, and again, Legend gives you a weight range of you plus what gear you're going to have on the bike, where to set that. So I believe a 0, which is the least firm ride on the front, is up to 250 pounds. So obviously I weigh way less than 250 pounds, and even with my gear, I'm not 250 pounds on this bike. So mine is actually set at a 0, which is the least firm setting. Now I have heard others that go over that 250, they'll dial it up to a 1. And they say the bike is really, really rough going through bumps. And I think that just that jump from a 0 preload to a 1 really, really stiffens up that front end. Because again, this is now a performance suspension system, not a Cadillac ride suspension. I actually had Harley Davidson install them for me. I didn't feel comfortable doing it. I probably could have, and I could have brought a video to you guys, but as you'll see in this picture, you really have to tear the bike down in order to get that on there. So guys, I think the biggest mistake that I made and that others make is that you don't change over to an upgraded suspension, whether it be Legends or any others, because it is night and day difference. The technology, the suspension that Harley Davidson still puts in these bikes, even though like on the Street Glide ST, it's supposed to be a performance based bike. It has 13-inch shocks in the back, but it still has that old technology, the same as in the other bikes. It does have the 1 inch higher. You are going to be riding, and you're riding your bike a lot. You're going to be doing a lot of twists, a lot of turns. I would highly suggest looking into a suspension. You can start in the back, but as I said, once you change that back, your front is the old technology, and you are going to feel some looseness up in the front of that bike. But once you then invest that money both in the back and the front, you get rid of all that, and I will tell you, this bike is like riding on rails. And I will say now, this is probably my favorite bike of the 3 to ride, just in general. You know, with the Stage 2 upgrade, now with the suspension, I've got the heated grips. I mean, the seat, everything, the lighting, the entire setup that I covered in a previous video is just perfect for me. Guys, I have become spoiled by the CVO Street Glide. What has spoiled me? It's the Kahuna heated grips. Guys, my name is Rick, and this is the HDVIBE channel. And in today's video, if you spend a little time with me, I am actually going to show you step by step how to install a set of heated Kahuna grips on my Road Glide Special. The process is pretty much going to be the same for any of the touring models. There's only some slight differences between the shark nose and the batwing fairings, but the basics are about the same. So hang with me, watch how I do this, save this video for future use, and save yourselves 3 hours of labor at about $130 to $150 an hour. You do the math, that's $400+ you're going to save by watching this free HDVIBE video. And we'll get into it right after this. That's right, guys. I'm going to be showing you how to install Kahuna heated grips on your Harley Davidson touring bike. So pretty basic. At a high level, what we need to do, we need to remove the stock grips, we need to remove the instrument cluster, we need to feed wires through the handlebars, get it all connected, and then get everything hooked back up, and then we should have heated grips. So before I started the video, I actually went ahead and removed this part here. And this part is actually the cover that goes in between the ignition switch and this cover underneath here for all your switches. And really, it's pretty simple. I used a 90-degree pick. You push this in, you turn your ignition all the way to the run position, you push that, and then you just kind of slide this out. I've gone ahead and covered up the tank. I would highly suggest you put something over your tank so that you don't get a scratch, a dent, or a ding. But again, there's a T25 right here. I'm not sure how good the camera's picking up, but there's one here, there's one on the other side of this. So I'm just going to loosen these up. That should then release this instrument cluster, and we'll see what's behind that. So now I've got both of those screws out of this instrument cluster, so let's pick this up and see what we got here. So there you can see, now you can pull this instrument cluster out, and if you want to remove this completely, there's just a couple of connections. One here for the speedometer, the tachometer, and then there's some, I think, dummy connectors under here for these auxiliary switches that are actually on this housing. So I'll go ahead and loosen those so then I can actually just remove this whole instrument cluster. So now that I've gotten the instrument cluster off, I've disconnected some of the connecting points like this for some of the auxiliary switches. This was the connecting into the speedometer, odometer. You need to look for two connectors. They should be here. I think they are on all the bikes. They're pre-wired. So one, you need power for the grips. So that is going to be this connector that's sitting loose in here. It has a black and white wire. That's your auxiliary power, which will be powered by the bike, so that you don't leave if you leave those grips on, they're not going to be draining the battery because this is going to turn off with the bike. And then the other one, which is you probably can't see, it's a little bit buried in here, but there's another connecting point. You have to kind of dig around in here. This is a purple and black wired connector, which is the one that actually leads and will tell the grip on the other side to go ahead and heat. It also has a dummy plug in it, which you'll need to pull that out before we can actually connect everything. But now we're ready. This is all open, so this was pretty simple. So now we just need to take off the grips. So removing the grips is pretty straightforward. You're gonna need a T25 bit. On this housing, there's a bolt here and a bolt on the bottom, so we need to loosen that to begin to loosen this up. We may need to also loosen this bolt and this bolt, which are also T25s, and that should then allow me to open this up so that I can pull off this left grip. Okay, so I've gotten the faceplate of this switch pack off by taking those two screws out. Now I'm going to loosen this screw and this screw, which will then release all of this, and then we can begin to get this grip off. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to get lucky. I started spinning this grip, and whatever little bit of glue started breaking loose, and as you can see, it's coming off nice and clean. So now we've got the stock grip off, and now we're really ready. We can start feeding wires through the bars and to come out up here where we had removed that instrument cluster. So before I start actually running these cables through the handlebars, so you've got two connectors, obviously two wires coming off of the heated grip itself, and this is the Kahuna heated grip. So this is the side with the temperature control, which will go on the left side of the bike. So the smaller connector has black and white wire, which will actually connect into this black and white wire connection point that we found underneath the cluster here. And then this other one is the purple. I think it's got a purple and red instead of purple and black. But that will go into this other connecting point that again is the crossover to get over to the right side hand grip so that it heats up as well. The other thing that's not in the instructions that you do need to remove is this gray plug that's in here. So I don't know, it's not in the instructions. It just says on here, remove before installation. So if you don't remove that, obviously the handlebar is not going to slip far enough into this grip to actually get it up onto the bars properly. So just use your needle nose plier and carefully pull that plug out. So I'll go ahead and get that plug out, and then I'll show you the next step of how I'm going to get these wires fished through the bars to get up to these connections. So I've gotten this fed through. Again, it was pushing and sort of pulling, and as you can see, I've got this. And what I ended up doing is actually putting both of them on the same line. I offset the two plugs a little bit, and then I put on this front portion actually some duct tape so that that would stick, so that this fishing line wouldn't pull through. So now what I can do is go ahead and remove all of that. I've got this set, the hand grip set up on the handlebars, and it's about in the right position. This Kahuna Harley Davidson, this Harley Davidson emblem needs to be about facing to the rider, but I'll get that all lined up at the end. But so now I've got these, I'm going to remove all this tape and I'll just connect those, and then we'll start over on the right hand grip. Now that I've gotten these pulled through, I'm going to go ahead and connect them. Again, the one connection has a black and white wire, and there's only one way to connect this, and you connect that with the wire coming from the hand grip that has black and white, and you just get it lined up. And this one sometimes is a little difficult pushing in. We got that in there. And then this one, actually, I believe it has a purple and red, and then this actually has black and red. So this one is kind of jammed in here and doesn't give you a lot of room to work, but we're gonna do our best here and see if we can't get this pushed in. A little tough getting the angle here, but I'll go ahead and get that pushed in, but it's basically just connecting that. And then once I get both of those connected, then I'm gonna go ahead and show you how to replace the right side hand grip, and then we'll get this all buttoned up. We should be ready to go. So now that I've got everything buttoned up on that side, I've got my wires pulled through. I reconnected everything, basically just reassembled as you disassembled. I'm ready to use my Torx bit now, and I'm going to loosen this housing first here and see if I can just get this to slide off without having to just disconnect all this. So we'll see what we got here. So now that I've gotten these loosened up, I can pull this housing off. And now I will need to loosen these two bolts, these Torx bolts here, so that I can actually then get this to release the throttle here. So I didn't have to completely take this off. I just loosened it, and now I'm able to get this off. So again, this is throttle by wire. You can see here, this is where the throttle actually will operate and catch these spines here. So now we are ready to install the heated grip to replace this stock grip. So before we begin to install the heated grip on the throttle side, you'll see this black plug. So what that is in this throttle by wire connection here is the protector for the pin plug that the heated grip needs to plug into. So we need to get that out. So I think I will pry this out with my screwdriver, like so. And that just gets that little cap out of there. And then that reveals the pins with which the heated grip will actually plug into it. So the heated grip will slide on like this, and I've popped this end cap off, and you'll see there's a plug inside of there. I don't know how well the camera will pick that up, but you basically need to get your needle nose plier, kind of pull that out. If you'd like to see more tips, tricks, rides, reviews, installs on my Harley Davidson touring motorcycles, as well as information about motorcycles and the motorcycle community, please hit that subscribe button. And when you do subscribe, please leave a comment down below saying I subscribe, so I can personally reach out and thank you for supporting the channel. Also, don't forget to hit that bell icon and select all, so you do get notified every time I do put out new content. Now let's get back to the video. These prongs on this plug will actually go into the socket in here. So we need to get that pulled out, and then once we slide this on, we'll plug that in, and then I'll pop the cap back on. So now I'm ready to install the heated grip. So I've got my plug out that'll go into the the socket here. You want to get your logo oriented in the way that you have it over on the other side. So I have it about at this point aiming at me, because once you slide this in, obviously this won't turn anymore. So you want to get that oriented properly. If you don't get it on the first shot, not a big deal, but as you can see now it's catching, it's snapping back. Obviously I don't have it tightened, so I think that's a pretty good orientation. And then what we need to do is get this plug plugged into here, which is going to be a little tricky, but I think with the needle nose I'll be able to get that in there. So I'm going to do that off camera, and then we'll be able to start wrapping everything up. So I've gotten this grip on. Just make sure once you get on, make sure you are getting a good snap back. I've gotten this all tightened back up and aligned. I might need to readjust a little bit to make sure I got this lined up properly, top to bottom. The only thing I haven't done is pop this little cap on the end here. Getting that in there, the plug was a little challenging. Just with your needle nose and a little patience, just try to get it lined up. You can kind of see the angle. Pop that in there, so once you catch it, it goes right in. So I reconnected everything on the instrument cluster, and now I'm just kind of getting it lined up here. And then again, I'll just put in the 2 Torx screws, one here on this side and one on that side, and that basically holds that down. And then we need to slip that little horseshoe bracket that kind of goes here, that goes underneath the ignition switch, and then we'll be ready to go. So this is the last piece that I've got to put in. I've got the cluster in. Again, it was just those 2 screws. So now you just kind of slip this horseshoe piece in here, and there's actually a little tab on here that you push in, and you just have to make sure, be careful so you don't break that. But I will get my pick and push that in, and then get that up and over the this plastic piece here, and then that will be locked in, and we're all buttoned up. So guys, that's it. That's how you install heated grips on a Harley Davidson touring motorcycle. Guys, cool weather and cold weather riding is upon us, at least here in the Midwest. Guys, my name is Rick and this is the HDVIBE channel. In today's video, spend a little bit of time with me today, and I'm actually going to show you how to install a set of Harley Davidson heated grips on your touring motorcycle. And we'll get into it right after this. That's right guys, in today's video I'm going to show you step by step how to install Harley Davidson heated grips on your Harley Davidson touring motorcycle. These are the Empire Collection, which actually run the wires through the bars, so that's probably the most complicated part. But if you watch this step-by-step video, I'm going to save you 3 hours of shop labor at $150 or $450. So guys, since I'm installing this on a batwing fairing, the first thing we need to do is actually remove this outer fairing. So as you know, you've probably had your batwing fairing off before. Pretty simple. 3 screws or 3 bolts right up here holding the windshield, and then you have 2 bolts here on the side, one on the top, one on the bottom that holds this. So once you have those bolts out, you can disconnect your headlight and remove that front fairing. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. At this point, before you pull out this last bolt, you just want to make sure you have a hold on your outer fairing, because now once I pull this out, there will be nothing holding it in place. I've got that last bolt out now, so now I can pull this front fairing out, and I will disconnect the headlight, and the outer fairing is free. So next we're going to remove these 2 acorn style nuts that are on this, holding this turn signal housing on here, and that's going to be a 1/2 inch. So we'll go ahead and remove those and repeat that on the other side. And then we're actually going to disconnect the turn signals so that they're out of the way. So now we need to remove the bolt on this side and the one on the opposite side so that we can take this piece off of here. And these are 9/16. So I'm going to go ahead and loosen those up, one on either side, and we'll move on to the next step. So our next step is we need to loosen these bolts here. These are again 9/16, and what this will allow, once we remove these on both sides, will allow this inner fairing to rock forward just a little bit. Our next step is we need to remove this bolt and the same bolt on the opposite side with a 5/32 Allen, so that we can get this housing here that goes around the ignition loose. Go ahead and do that now. As you can see, pretty loose. So I'll go ahead and take that one out, and then I will repeat on the opposite side. So the next step, we actually have to remove the ignition switch. How to do that, it's pretty simple. Put your key in, you're gonna turn this to the lock position, and then you're gonna push down gently on your key and turn it to the left, and there's a little button underneath, and then gently slide this out, and don't lose the spring that's in there. And then set that aside just like that so that you don't mess up your ignition. All right guys, now that I've got this front fairing off, I actually had to dig in here and find my connection. So for the heated grips, you need power. So your power is actually right over here. So if you're looking at the fairing, it's on your right side. If you're looking out from the bike, it's on your left. And it was actually buried kind of back up under here in the fairing, just kind of hanging loose. And it has a dummy plug in it. And then over here on this side, you'll find another one that has no dummy plug in it, but actually has a black and white wire in it. That is actually your crossover that's coming from your throttle side grip. And what we'll do is we'll use both of those connections once I actually get the cabling pulled through the handlebars, and I'll show you that just a little bit later, but I wanted to show you that while I got the fairing off, because this one especially was a little bit hard to find, and it's a powered accessory port specifically for your heated grips. So now that we got the fairing loose and we've identified our connecting points inside the fairing, we're actually ready to start working on these stock grips and taking those off. So the first step to get this clutch side grip off is we actually need to loosen all this housing up. But in order to do that, to get this off and get this grip off, we actually need to remove this trip meter button. So in order to do that, sometimes people, it's a little tricky, but it's not that difficult at all. All you do is just kind of push it up and it'll click like that, and then just gently slide it out, and that's how easy it is to remove that. Now that we've got that off, I've got to remove the bolts here, and then these two. So in typical Harley flat fashion, this is a T25, and these are a T27. Okay, now I've got those completely loose and removed, so now that will allow me to take this plate off. So now that we've got this housing off with the T25s, we'll go ahead and loosen these T27s that are holding the clutch on here. So we'll go ahead and remove these bolts all the way. Just kind of hold this so that it doesn't fall and smash your tank. And as you can see, I've got my tank fully covered, as well as the front fender, just in case something would fall down. I've got that out and loose enough, and I think I'm going to try to leave that one in there if I can. Okay, so I've got that loose enough. I'm actually going to leave that on there so that my clutch lever is not flopping around. So I've got that completely off. So now what we need to do is actually remove this grip. Let me see if I can get it started. When I did this on the Road Glide, the glue actually just kind of let loose, but this one's pretty darn tight. So we may actually have to cut this with a razor blade and begin to peel that off and then clean up all that glue. All right, so I have gone ahead and just kind of sliced this down the middle here with a super sharp knife. And I think I'm going to be able to, at this point, get this to release and pull off. So whatever glue they've used on these 23 model grips is a lot stronger than what I had on my 21, because I was actually just able to twist that grip and break that glue bond. So I'm actually going to try to continue to peel this off. So I got the clutch side grip off, but man, Harley Davidson, whoever was doing the glue in that day when this bike was built, did their job. So now I'm just kind of scraping off this excess rubber from that stock grip. I'll get that all cleaned up and then make sure that it's pretty clean before we actually start to put on the new grips here. All right, so now we're actually ready to begin to put this clutch side grip on. This is actually the one that controls the heat levels, and it goes all the way 1 to 6. I don't think I've ever had mine turned up past the 3. And then obviously you have your connectors that the wiring connectors that we're gonna actually feed through the bars. One thing you need to remember is you do need to pull out this gray plug. I don't believe it's actually in the instructions, but it actually says remove this before installing on the gray plug. So you just take your needle nose, and actually I can just work that off with my hand and pull that out. So again, you do need to remove that before you begin the installation process. All right, so I rock that fairing all the way up as far as I can, and just be careful so that thing doesn't slide down and bash onto your fender. That's the last thing you want to do. But then you'll feel up here in the handlebars, there's actually an opening. And this side actually is going to the left, to the clutch side is fairly open. So I'm going to see if I can feed this trimmer line up in here, which is pretty thick. So I was able to feed that through. So as you can see, I've got on either side. Okay, so now a little trick I'm going to show you. To get this fed through, obviously you need to have these running in towards the middle of the bike as you kind of tape these on. But you want to offset these plugs a little bit so that you don't have too much width kind of trying to go through the bars. And when you do that, you also want to use some pretty strong tape. I actually use like a duct tape or a gaffer's tape so that these don't actually pull through, or this doesn't pull off of these cables as you're kind of pulling them through. So I'm going to go ahead and get that set up, and then I'll show you how I've got that taped together to be able to pull this through the bars. All right, so I'm getting this almost all the way through. The problem is these plugs are actually going past the hole. So what I'm actually going to do is actually use some electrical tape, because this is holding plenty tight, is use some electrical tape to hold these down so that they kind of feed and pull out with the actual trimmer wire. So let me put some of that electrical tape on there and then see if we have better success. All right, now that we've got that electrical tape to the trimmer wire, now I'm going to try and feed this through again and see if we can't get this thing to pull through. Almost there. I see it coming through. So after a little bit of pulling and tugging, I've got this cabling pulled through. Then we'll continue to pull this through and then push this grip to about the position we think it's going to go to. And these, you really have to push to get them in there. I've got my cables pulled through just fine, and I believe I've got it. So because these do have a logo on them, you want to kind of set them at a place, but they'll also be somewhat defined by the notch that's on these. So I think that's about where it's going to go. The Harley Davidson is going to be facing sort of almost directly back to you, and that's typically about where your on-off switch is. So that looks like it's pretty well lined up. Okay, so I've got all the tape off there. Again, so this female side is actually going to go down underneath, under the fairing here, and that has the red and black wire, so that I believe that is your power. And then this one actually has your black and white wiring in here, you can see. That one will actually feed over here, and that's actually your crossover from this grip over to here. All right, so I got those fed through from the top. So this is the one coming from the grip, and then this is the one that was there already. So that, again, that's your crossover. So you got a female that's coming down that was originally in the bike, and this is the male connector that came from the grip that I just fed through. So we'll go ahead and connect that. So once you get it lined up, you can't really mess it up. They just kind of slide in. Then over here, this is my power. So this is the one that came from the grip that I just pulled through. Again, that's a black and red wire. And then here's the one that was already in the bike, my power. So you got to take that dummy plug out. That's the dummy plug. I just pulled that out. Now we'll take the connector from the grip and press it into that one. And you heard the snap. So now that is all connected. So now I'm finishing up getting the clutch side grip all put back together. So again, I just kind of push that all the way in and then reconnected this housing just in the reverse of what I took it off. All right, so now we're ready to start on this throttle side grip, and we just want to loosen these. First, this is the T25s. You got one on the top and one on the bottom. And when you're doing this, you need to be extra careful on this side because this is hydraulic, your brake, so you don't want to get any air in that line. So you need to be super careful with that. So we're going to go ahead and take these completely out so that we can get this front housing off of here just like we did on the clutch side. Okay, we got that housing, the front plate off of there, so that reveals this throttle side switch pack. So now we got to loosen these. And again, I think I'm going to try to just loosen this so I can get enough to just pull this throttle off of here. Again, these are the T27s. I'm going to see if I can just get this loose enough to release this so that I can pull that grip off. And again, this is your throttle by wire, so there's going to be, obviously this is your throttle, so there's no glue on that. So as you can see, that just comes right off. We're really ready now to begin to prepare this for the heated grip. So right here on the end of this grip, you'll see there's this black plug. I'm actually going to take my screwdriver and just gently pry that out. And as you can see, that released pretty simply. So now that I pulled this plug out, that reveals the plug-in actually for the heated grip. All right, so we have the heated grip. And the one thing we need to do is we need to actually pop this end cap off. You might not be able to see in the camera, but there's some indents there. So we need to pop that off because that will reveal the actual plug that will go into the grip here on the throttle by wire to essentially make this heat. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that off. So I was able just to pop this off with my thumb and just pressing it out. And there you can see there's the prongs inside of there that will actually plug into this. So now I've gone ahead and slid the grip on all the way. I've lightly tightened the switch pack and the brake lever onto there so that the grip is tight. So now I need to actually connect the heating element here. So I need to get it into those prongs. As I showed you earlier, this green wire needs to kind of go down and to the left and the orange wire up and to the right to get this lined up right. So this is a little tricky, so I'm actually going to do this off camera, or we'll use a needle nose and I'll just kind of gently push that in there and then make sure that I get it lined up and then push it into place. All right, so I've got everything adjusted. So you can see my throttle snapping back nice. I can roll it forward. I could snap it back. So now I'm actually ready to go ahead and put this cap back on. You just align it the way it was before and just gently press it into place. And there you have it. So now the throttle side grip is ready. So now that we got both grips on, they should be ready to go. But before I do that, I've got to put the fairing, the outer fairing back on. I've got to connect everything here, the ignition switch and all those sort of things. So I'm not going to bore you with that. It's essentially just the reverse of the process that we did taking it apart. So I'm going to put it back together. Then we'll come back and check out these grips and make sure they're working. Guys, have you decided to go with the Saddleman seat, but there's so many choices? You've come to the right place. Guys, my name is Rick and this is the HDVIBE channel. In today's video, I am going to show you and give you dimensions and specs and all the critical information on 6 Saddleman seats for your Harley Davidson touring motorcycle. And we'll get into it right after this. So the first Saddleman seat that we're going to talk about now is the first Saddleman seat that I ever acquired for any of my bikes. And that is this seat here. This is the Saddleman SDC Pro Gripper seat. Now this one I ordered just sort of stock, so it has the stock configuration. I did order it with this rider backrest, which for me really works out well. This has a lattice stitch and has sort of a carbon fiber through that lattice stitch. And all of these seats, the one thing to remember is they do have the gel core technology built into those, so that keeps you on the bike longer. I believe they say it cuts down your vibration from both the bike as well as the road, the suspension, so it keeps you in the saddle longer for those longer trips. Analogy, and I will tell you from my perspective, I certainly agree with that. So this one has the gel core up here in the rider portion. It does not have it back here in the passenger pillion section, but really this passenger pillion section is really narrow, so not a great seat for 2-up, but a really cool seat for 1-up. Now let's talk about measurements of these seats. So first I'm going to measure from the lumbar to the top of the seat, so you get a little idea about how far this will set you back. This one is about 15.5 inches. So this one only comes in one reach, and it says 15.5, and really it's almost an extended reach seat. So if you're a little bit shorter, I'm 5'10", and I usually have about a 31, 32 inseam. With my boots, probably 33 or 34. This works okay for me, but it's getting a little bit on the long side. I like to set up a little bit closer to the tank, but if you're taller and you like to sit back a little bit farther, this SDC Pro Gripper will do you. So let's talk about the width from side to side, kind of where your hips are. And I'm going to get that at the widest back here at the lumbar. So we'll measure that, and it's about 10 inches from side to side. So not a super wide seat. So this seat at the highest point, coming about right here, is about 29 inches. So again, that is with the bike sitting here on its weight. So unladen height, about 29 inches with this seat, which I believe is about the same as if you have the stock seat on your Harley Davidson touring motorcycle. It does have the gripper material back here, so it does hold you in the lumbar. It does have a fairly high lumbar, and as I said, a little bit longer from here, but with this backrest, it kind of pushes you up just a little bit. So for me, it was good. And this type of seat, I would say I've ridden, thousands of miles on this, and I did a full video on kind of a 1,500 mile review on this. But this one for me is good. I can ride all day on this. Again, it's with that gel core technology, so I can ride all day with this one. So the next seat we'll talk about, this is actually the Saddlemen Slim RP. So it's rolled and pleated through here. So now this one, unlike the SDC, it does not have the gripper material back here. This is all sort of solid. I believe they call this Whisper Black. I'm not sure. And again, I just ordered this stock from Saddlemen. It has all black stitching throughout. It does have this rolled pleat through here. Has a pretty good sized lumbar. And again, not much room for a passenger pillion back in the back. So probably not a great seat for 2-up, but it could do in a pinch. Now this again does have the gel core through here. You can order gel core back here, but this particular one does not have that. So like we did on the SDC, let's compare some measurements on this one. Again, from the front of the seat to the lumbar, let's get a measurement on that. And we are at about 15 on this one. So now let's measure from here to here. And this one will be different from that because this one is a little bit wider. And this one is at about 11.25 from side to side where your hip area would be. Now I forgot to do it on the SDC, but this one is similar in terms of the width of the pillion. Pretty narrow. I'm going to get it at the widest part, sort of in the middle, and you're at about 6 inches. So your passenger's probably not going to appreciate the pillion on this. So like the SDC Pro Gripper, this RP Slim is again about 29 inches on your unladen height. So as the bike sits here, you're about 29 inches off the ground. So that gives you some indication. Obviously when you sit on that bike, it's going to go down. So you're probably in the maybe 28 inches. You'll probably go down about an inch. And again, I do have a 13-inch rear shock on this, a Legend suspension. So it does set just a little bit higher than your specials would sit with the 12-inch shock. All right, so now the next seat we're going to talk about, this is actually the Touring Tuck and Roll seat. So this one actually has a little bit wider passenger pillion. It has the step-up design in the lumbar, so it gives you good support back here. And it has this tuck and roll, kind of an old school look. And this again is sort of the standard fabric from Saddlemen that they put on these seats. Again, gel core technology here. You can get gel core back here for your passenger. Just tell you a little bit about this one. This one is probably, of the Saddlemen seats that I have, out of the box, this was probably the most comfortable, and it's really because of this tuck and roll. That gives you a little bit more cushion. Oftentimes people will say Saddlemen seats are too firm. Again, my opinion, and you've probably heard this on some of my other videos, is a firm seat is a good seat. A soft seat over time is going to break down, and that's what happened to me with those stock seats with that very not so high quality foam that's in those seats, and the covering on that, I began to get tailbone problems, and I no longer have that once I switched to these Saddlemen seats. Don't have that gripper back here on the lumbar. I believe you can get that as an option, and I'll talk about that when I go over the custom seat and all the things you can do. From the front to the lumbar, this one's going to be a little shorter. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll find out together here. This one is about 14 3/4. So this one does push you up a little bit farther. Again, this is a standard reach. They do have an extended reach in this as well. So if you're a little bit taller, I believe it's about 1.5 inches or maybe 2 inches that it will actually push you back. Probably something more similar to the SDC. So you're about probably 15.5 to 16 inches from here to here. So now side to side, again, this is set up for your touring. It is a step-up seat, so it does have that aggressive look, but really good for touring as well. This one at the widest portion, we are at about 12 1/4. So again, a little more hip support through here. It's a little bit wider than the other two seats that we just looked at. And then let's go back to the passenger pillion. So the portion where they're behind would be on is obviously much wider, and you're at about 9 inches at the widest portion compared to, I think, around 6 inches on the other two seats that we previously just covered. So this one would be more suited for two-up riding, but again, depending on your passenger, if they want that total comfort, this one will be good. I don't know that it would be good for all day for your passenger, but from a rider's perspective, I stayed in this seat, like I said, 600-700 miles, an all-day ride from here to Arkansas, St. Louis to Arkansas, and I was super comfortable. So this one, getting down here and looking at, this is actually probably about 28 3/4, so not quite as thick as the other ones, but it's close to that 29 inch. Again, that's unladen, no weight on this seat. I do have a 13-inch shock on the back of this bike, but if you sit on this, when you're sitting on it, it probably drops it down about at least a good 1/2 inch, so you're probably 28.5, maybe about 28 inches. Now the other thing that I failed to mention on the first two seats, plus this one, is these Saddlemen seats are much narrower in through here, so you can actually get your legs in closer to the bike. So if you do have a little bit shorter inseam, that allows you to get flat-footed much easier. So let me take a quick measurement on this. And probably about where your legs would come over, this is only measuring out at about 7 3/4, maybe 8 inches across there. So that is a huge reduction in that width over your stock seat. I don't know what the stock seat is, but coming up here on the tank, these stock seats come out, I would say, about 8.5 to 9 inches, versus when these Saddlemen seats come up onto your tank, it's only 4 inches. So you're really reducing that width, which makes it much easier to get your legs down, even though maybe this laden height here may be the same, but you're able to get your legs in closer to the bike, which makes it that much easier to flat foot or get your feet safely on the ground. So the next seat we're going to talk about, this is the Road Sofa LS, and the LS stands for lattice stitch. Again, it has that kind of diamond pattern. It has the perforated material kind of in through here and up into the lumbar, and then it has sort of the more traditional material kind of going all around. So the Road Sofa is the Mac Daddy of touring seats in the Saddlemen line. So this is the one, if you're going to be laying down 500, 1,000 miles in a day, you're going to be riding for a week, 2 weeks at a time, this is the one you want to have. Again, gel core through here, gel core up here for your passenger, and again, this one is set up ultimate touring, great seat for the rider, great seat for the passenger. Now this one you can get heated, which mine is heated, and I would highly suggest, if you do get the heated version, get the quick disconnect or connect option that you put onto the seat and then connect it into the bike so that you can disconnect it and take it on and off the bike easily. Otherwise, you actually have to hardwire the seat onto your battery for the power. A couple switches up here in the front, one for the driver and one for the passenger, so they can flip that on and off the heat. Let's take some measurements on this one. There's a big difference in this one as compared to the first three that we looked at, because this really is set up for touring. Measurement from the lumbar to the front of this is about 15. So not too dissimilar from the others, but I will say with this high lumbar, it is comfortable for me. And again, this one you can also get in a reach version. This is the standard version. So now the big difference is really going to be the width here for the rider, and that width here in the hip area, we're all the way out to 15 inches there. So really going to get good support for the hips. You got a high lumbar here that's going to support your back. This one you can also get a rider backrest option on this, so you can put that rider backrest. And again, on these Saddlemen seats, the rider backrest, you don't have to connect anything to the bike. It's all built into the seat, and you just slide that backrest in there. So now let's go back here. The widest part for the pillion here is about 12.5 inches. So lots of room for your passenger. So let's get that measurement from the ground up to here. And I'm going to go from the highest part of that seat, and it is about 30 inches. So again, a good inch or so higher than those others, but again, you got more cushion or more padding in through here because this is your ultimate touring seat in the Saddlemen line. Okay, so something a little bit different. If you want to go for that solo seat setup look, this is the Dominator low solo seat in the regular reach. This one also does come in a longer reach. This has a carbon fiber material through here. I don't know that you can actually change that, but again, wait till the last seat and I'll show you how much you can actually customize these seats to your liking. It does have this ridge through the middle so that you don't get that pressure on your tailbone. So obviously a solo seat, but you can actually add this passenger pillion section on there. That does come separate, and you would have to order that separately from just the Dominator seat itself. And that's pretty simple. It has these brackets here that sort of slide up into the nuts that hold this onto here. I don't have that fastened down correctly, but essentially it sits like this. And then screws into your seat bolt nut area back in the back of the seat and sits like that. Now the interesting thing is, if you do want a backrest, which I actually used it for the first time when I took the CVO to Sturgis, I ran with the backrest, and let me show you that real quick. So this is the backrest. And again, you can see it just has this metal post that slides in through the opening. There's no additional hardware that you actually have to add onto the bike. It's all built into these seats. And you can see probably here this carbon fiber, and again it has the same pattern through the middle, just like the seat, just like the passenger pillion. So it really looks like a solo converted to a two-up to a backrest sort of seat system. So you can get all of these in that Dominator family. And again, I think you can get this in smooth and some other configurations. This is sort of the standard in this carbon fiber, and it does come with the silver stitch. And again, you can change those stitch colors, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the custom seat. So now let's get some measurements on this Dominator low seat. So again, we've got the measurement from here to here, from the lumbar to the front of the seat. This one's a little bit shorter, coming in at about 14.5. And our width in the hip area at the widest area is about 13. So let's get that measurement from the floor to here. And if I'm looking at this, we're at about 28.75, close to that 29, just like the other seats, but certainly lower than the road sofa. Okay guys, so we're at the 6th and final seat, and this one is really cool because this is completely customized, and I selected every option on this seat. So this starts out as the step-up touring versus the touring step-up. So essentially a step-up seat for your touring models versus your soft tail, but it is different than the touring step-up that we talked about a little bit earlier. So what's so cool about this? Again, it's a step-up, so it's got that high lumbar, right? Not much passenger pillion room here. Very, again, narrow through here. And we'll get this measurement in just a moment. But what is really cool is I actually picked out all the material, the stitching colors that went into this. So I selected a carbon fiber through here material. This is all gripper material up through the lumbar and actually through the seat. So when you sit on this seat, it really holds you in that seat and you're not going to slide around at all. It does have silver stitching. It kind of looks white. I went with silver, and I also provided a file that had the HDVIBE logo letters in my logo. So back here it actually says HDVIBE in the silver stitching, and then the Saddlemen logo back here in the back is also in the silver stitching. So the interesting thing is, even though this has this gripper material, it still has the gel core technology built into this. It does not have it back here because I didn't order it that way. And it is a tuck and roll through here. Now you can get this in a variety of configurations. You can get the lattice stitch, you can get all different kind of colors, but I like the tuck and roll because I feel on the Saddlemen seats, from my perspective, the tuck and roll is probably the most comfortable because it does give you a little bit of padding that pumps that up, and you still have that gel core underneath there. So a really cool option, and you can do all this customization on the Saddlemen website, which I'll have a link to it. It's pretty simple, saddlemen.com, and you go and select your seat, but I'll have a link to all that, so you can actually go and check out all these seats on the website. And again, a lot of these are very configurable. Most of those seats I just went with the stock configuration, except for this one. Very customized, very cool. They can do just about anything you want. Let's get the measurements on this like we did on the other seats. So again, from the lumbar to the top of this seat, it's about 14.5. So about the same as some of the other seats. Definitely closer to the tank than on the SDC Pro Gripper. This one is pretty wide, wider I believe than the SDC. We're at about 12 inches on this one up here. And again, your passenger pillion, they're not going to be very happy with you. This one, where they would be sitting, is about 6.5 inches. For me, I would even ride this on a long trip because of this tuck and roll style on this step-up seat. And I think, again, as I mentioned earlier, probably one of the most comfortable setups on these Saddlemen seats that you can get. So let's get the measurement on this at the highest point, and looking at it, it's about 29, maybe even slightly just under 29. It's hard to say exactly, but it's in that range, so it does set you down a little bit. It does come in narrow into here, just like the other Saddlemen seats. And again, up here at the tank, it's 4 inches, just like the others. They're all come in very narrow into here and cut in very narrow here, so your hips aren't spread out. So again, so you can get your feet down on the ground if you're a little bit shorter. Guys, that is 6 Saddlemen seats that I have run. I am very comfortable on all of these. So guys, leave some comments down below. Let me know what you think. Have you run any of these Saddlemen seats? Are you considering any of these? Are you thinking about the Ultimate Tour and the Road Sofa? Are you thinking about a solo setup with the option to go and tune up with the Dominator series with a backrest? Some of these can get backrests on them as well. Or are you going for that real performance look, like with this custom step up, or that Saddlemen SDC for the ultimate performance look, but still you get that comfort and that gel core technology built into those seats for staying in that saddle longer throughout the day. Guys, it's Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month. One thing that we have to be concerned about is how visible are we as motorcyclists? As we've all know, and we've probably heard before, when somebody pulls out in front of us, they often say, "I didn't even see you." Well, there's a lot of reasons that that happens, but there's some things that we can do to make sure that we are as visible as possible when we're out on the road. So to demonstrate our lack of visibility, I turned off all the lights, and I want to point out where we are visible and where we aren't visible on these Harley-Davidson touring motorcycles. So obviously up here in the front we have headlights, we have turn signals, pretty visible from the front. Then we can move to the back, right? We have lights all over the back of this bike. We have a stop and brake light back here. I have filler lights here. I have lights up underneath my bags, but even if you're stock, you have a lot of lighting from the rear. So what does that leave? That leaves the side of the bike really not visible from cars that are coming at us from the side. All we really have is a reflector here on the bag latches, and we have a reflector on the forks, which some people actually even take those off, even further reducing visibility. So now that we've got the lights back on, what we're going to do in today's video is actually address that vulnerability from the side and add some lighting to these latches and these forks with some great plug-and-play Custom Dynamics products. And we'll get into all that right after this. So the first vulnerability we'll address is actually these fork reflectors right here. These come stock, DOT required, so all your Harley Davidsons will have these. A lot of people actually remove these, and really if you think about it, it's kind of a passive lighting, right? If a headlight happens to flash that, you'll get a little bit of light for just a quick second. But what we're going to do is actually take those off and replace those with these fork lights from Custom Dynamics. These are actually a plug-and-play option. They will run in amber and flash in amber as well. These are actually black on the side, and the lens is actually smoked. You can also get these, I believe, in an amber lens or chrome if you have chrome forks. So we'll remove these and begin the install on this. All right, so before you actually remove these, obviously you want to make sure this is clean. This actually is clean. I actually got some chips already in this powder coat. But you're going to want to get some painter's tape like this. And what we're going to do is outline the top in here so that when we remove this, we know where the new one is exactly going to go on and be placed on the fork so that it lines up just as if it were the stock reflector. All right, so I've got the painter's tape on here to get my alignment. So you may need to use a little pry tool like this, a plastic. Don't use a screwdriver because you could mess up this powder coat or your chrome if you have chrome forks. And you may want to even heat this up with a hairdryer or a heat gun just to get that 3M adhesive a little looser. Oftentimes I found I can usually get this pry tool right underneath there, and these will pop right off. And then if there's a little extra goo on here from the adhesive, I'll use a 3M adhesive remover and it takes it right off. All right, so I just put my pry tool in there and you can see that came off almost completely clean. All of the adhesive stayed right on the back of this. So this is pretty much ready. I use no heat, just pop this in here and began to pry it, and that thing popped right off, clean as a whistle. And then we're pretty much ready to begin applying the Custom Dynamics fork light on here, and then I'll show you how we do the from there. So it's pretty easy to determine which one is right and left. Essentially you want this cable toward the top of this light so that it can run up the side here along this cable here for your brakes, and this angle is exactly the same as what we marked out from the stock reflector, so it will go on something like this. Before we actually put this on the bike, I'm going to go ahead and activate this. You can either scratch this with your fingernail, I'll use my pry tool, or you can put a little bit of heat to it. All right, so I've activated that. I've gotten this to begin to peel back a little bit. So just peel it back far enough so that you have enough room to get this lined up at the top here, and begin to just sort of lay that up against your tape. As you're going down, just peel that down. And I've got it on there. So now just kind of press and hold that for about 30 to 60 seconds to get that 3M tape to adhere onto that fork tightly. So next what we need to do is actually take this nut, and then there's one up here that you can't see that's behind the fairing, but essentially that's holding this turn signal mounting bracket onto the bike. We need to loosen that up because we need to get to the wiring for this turn signal so that we can connect into that, so that the turn signal and the fork light that we have down below will operate in unison. This is actually 1/2 inch, so we'll go ahead and loosen this up. This top one, let's bust those loose and remove those. So now that we've got that turn signal completely taken off of the mounting points, we're going to go ahead and disconnect that turn signal, because we'll actually be putting a Y splitter onto this so that we can connect the wiring from the fork light and this turn signal. So in the kit you'll get 2 of these Y connectors. So the portion that has the blue wiring up here, you'll actually want to route up here, and then this one will actually connect into the OEM harness. This portion will actually plug into the OEM turn signal, and then you'll have this one in the back, which will connect actually to the fork light turn signal that's down here. We got this routed. Let's go ahead and connect that fork light up to this connection here to make sure that this is all operating as it should. So we've got that connected. Let's turn on the bike. And you can see that fork light lights up. Now let's just make sure we got turn signals. And that works appropriately. So now that we know that this is operating appropriately, I'm going to go ahead and get this wiring taken care of. We're going to just zip tie this along this brake line. And once I get this wiring routed along this brake line, I get everything kind of connected up here to make sure we don't have any loose wires. We'll go ahead and reconnect the turn signal and make sure everything is operating as it should. All right, so I've got all the wiring connected back up in here. We've got this now connected back into the bike. I've got those acorn nuts on there. I need to torque that down with the 1/2-inch socket. But now let's turn the bike on. I need to do a little more wire management. I'll get that kind of all tied up in there and turn these on and make sure everything is working appropriately. So running, amber, bright white. Then our turn signals. As you can see, they're synced up. We've got the amber turn, amber's flash on both of these. Now let's do our 4-way flashers. Everything seems to be running appropriately. In this case, I don't need to do sort of a BCM sync. Sometimes if you don't have LEDs here and you add these, you do need to run that BCM sync. But in this case, these have been on here for quite some time, so no need to do that. All right, so there you have it. We've just got the one fork light on the front there, and as you can see, we've already got light coming up there in the front. Now there's with the flashers. You may not be able to see, but that fork light is actually flashing as well. In the dark here in the garage, the camera's probably not picking it up as well as it should, but again, much more light. If I'm looking at this from behind the camera here, the bike is lit up much more than it was before. All right, guys, so we got the fork lights on. That's going to be a great improvement, but I think the biggest improvement is going to come when we get these latch lights on. So to start this project, we need to release this tether so that we can actually get to the saddlebag latch here. So these are 2 bolts here that we need to take out, and those are T15. So just get your Torx bit, T15, and these shouldn't be super tight because that's just going into plastic. So we'll remove one. And don't lose those little T15s. Kind of hold that saddlebag lid because as soon as you release that tether, that bag can just fall straight down. All right, so next we need to remove these 3 bolts here, and I believe those are T15s as well. And now we'll actually release the latch. Then we'll get this last T15 out. Hold that latch a little bit because obviously once that bolt comes out, that screw comes out, the latch is going to want to fall to the ground, so you don't want to get it scratched. So I'll reach under. So we got this latch cover off. We need to get this reflector out of here. In order to do that, we actually have to drill a hole here to be able to pry that reflector out. And the way you do that is actually with this little template. I don't know if it'll show up in the camera or not, but Custom Dynamics supplies this template that'll go on here. And then what you do is line that up with the shape of the inside of this latch. Then you mark that with a marker, and that will mark the spot where you actually drill your hole. All right, so there you see I've got my hole marked with that template. And now what I'm actually going to do is drill a hole into that using a 1/4 inch bit to get that started. So I'm going to go right in the middle of that. And then once we actually get this pried out, we'll have to drill and expand that hole for the actual cable that will come through. So I've got my 1/4 inch drill bit put into my drill. I'm going to hold this thing steady until it hits the actual reflector. So if you go too far, that's what's going to happen. So essentially now I just got to pry this out. Again, it's got that 3M adhesive on there. And whatever adhesive I don't get off of there, I'm actually going to use that 3M adhesive remover, and I'll show you that. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to use it on these. Typically I do have to. So I'm going to use my pry tool, get that under there, pry this thing out, and we'll show you what we got. So I got the reflector off, so that's all of the 3M adhesive I need to get off there. So I'm going to just spray some 3M adhesive remover on there and let that sit, and then use my pry tool, plastic, so I don't scratch this paint. And you don't want to use anything abrasive, because if you keep scrubbing, you'll get these edges dulled up around here. So just use that 3M adhesive remover, or the other option is, again, use a hair dryer or your heat gun, heat that up, and then you can kind of peel that off. But what I found is actually the 3M adhesive remover works pretty well. So this is the 3M adhesive remover that I'm going to use. I bought a can of this because I do a lot of these projects. Comes in this aerosol can. I think I actually got this off Amazon, but this is the one that I use that works really well. So I'm going to go ahead and spray that on that adhesive. And just let this set for a while to eat that up. So I let that adhesive remover sit on there for a little bit. I'm just going to scrape with my pry tool here, this plastic pry tool, and that should eventually get all this adhesive off of here, because you need to have that perfectly clean so that when we stick the Custom Dynamics light on there, it has good adhesion to the actual latch itself. All right, so after a little bit of work, a little bit of scrubbing, I got all of that adhesive off there. Then you want to make sure this is completely dry, and either wipe it down with the alcohol pad to make sure you have all of that 3M adhesive remover off there, so it doesn't eat into the new adhesive that you're going to put on there with the Custom Dynamics light that's going to go in there. Gotten it all cleaned up. The next thing we need to do is actually expand this hole. We're going to use our 3/8 inch drill bit. And that is really so that the cabling and the wire for the actual light can go through this. So I'm going to hold this steady and carefully drill this out. You can see we've got the 3/8 inch hole there. Just get all the burrs off there. All right, so now that I got my hole drilled in there, I can feed the wiring through from the actual light itself. And then push it in there, and you can see dry fit, it fits perfectly. So I'll go ahead and peel off this plastic cover. Then we'll peel off this 3M backing and then get that stuck onto the actual latch itself. All right, so now that we've got the latch pretty much prepared, now we got to actually prepare the saddle bag, which means we got to take this off and we're actually going to drill a hole in it. All right, so I got the saddle bag all cleaned up, and essentially what we need to do now is drill the hole so that the wire from the latch light can actually come through to get connected to the harness that's underneath the bike, underneath the seat. All right, so about 1 inch down is going to be about right there. And I'm just trying to go about as straight as I can down from this, so kind of going down here. So I marked my spot. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. And to drill this, I'm actually going to start with my 3/8 drill bit and work my way up to the 9/16 since it's so big. And I really need 2 hands to make sure I'm even on this. So I'm going to press down. Nice even pressure. Go straight into the bag. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the 9/16 now. Put that big bit in there. Just kind of clean the edges up a little bit. Again, big hole in the bag, but as you can see, pretty clean. And if it took a little bit of paint, which I got a little bit there on the side, nobody's going to see that. There's actually a rubber grommet that's going to go into that hole as well. Kind of similar to these to hold that cable through there so it doesn't cause any chafing as you're riding down the road. So now that we got the hole drilled up through here, now we're ready to go ahead and begin to reattach this latch onto the saddlebag. So now that I've got the latch realigned on there, lined up with the lock, I'm ready to go ahead and put my T15 screws that I originally took out and get those screwed in to hold that latch on there. So now that we've got the latch actually back on there, we can feed our wiring through the hole that we have here. Now we actually have to put this grommet over this wiring, and the reason you don't have the end on this is because you got to feed this through this grommet and then get that grommet jammed into that hole. So you just kind of feed these through, and what I've found is if you do them one at a time, typically you can then get them all through, and you just have to be careful so you don't pull these connections off or cause any problems with those wires getting loose, because that is your ultimate connection into the bike for the lighting. Then once you've kind of got that pushed in, I got that pushed in with my tool here. Just make sure on the other side you get all the little edge pulled through the inside of the bag so that it has a nice tight seal, so that no water gets inside the bag and it's all sealed up. And I've got that. Okay, so now that I've got all the wiring through and I've got that pushed through the harness, we actually need to put this little connector onto these points here. And what I'm going to actually do is show you in the instructions, but you basically need to start with this snap part up, the locking part up, and then there's a sequence that you need to put it into these holes based upon the color. So let me grab the instructions here and I'll show you what that is. This is really important to get this lined up right. So you want to get your locking portion up on that little connector, and then in the one position to the far left is going to be red, next to that yellow, then black, then brown or purple, depending if you're on the right or left side of the bag. In this case, we're going to be brown because we're on the right side. And then when I'm on the other side, which I won't show you, that's going to be the purple on the left side. We're going to get that lined up in that sequence and get those pushed all the way in, and you'll feel them kind of click in. There's little points on there. And what I found is just using my needle nose pliers, I gently push them in the order. Again, red, yellow, black, and then brown in this case, and get that lined up. And then once they're actually in there, they push in, they kind of snap in, and then you'll feel them. They won't come back out, because if you don't get those in the right orientation and locked in, your lights won't work. Now the fun part. We've actually got to get this hooked up so that we can actually get that light to operate. So I want to test it before we do this. So I've got the seat off. I've got a lot of Custom Dynamics lights under here. We've got the bag lights. We've got the magic strobe already hooked up to this. So what we need to do is basically connect this harness that comes in the kit right here that has two ends on it, one for the left, and I've already got the right side hooked up to the bag, and that will be the last thing in line. I got my magic strobe in front of that, this is coming from the front of the bike, and this is going to the back of the bike. So there's only one way to connect this. So you connect it up the way that fits in, and then you connect it to what I had disconnected, which was the last thing before that in line, and then that should be set to go. Let's watch this bag. I've got it all connected up, so let's turn the bike on. And as you can see, we have the red running light, so that's good. So now let's do our right turn signal to make sure it flashes yellow on turn. So we're good there. We got a nice yellow flash. Now let's try our brake and see if our magic strobe works. And we have the strobing patterns. All right, so I've got the tether connected back to the bag. I've got the bag bolted onto the bike. So there's a piece here, this little rubber, foam rubber, I need to actually attach around in this area here so that this cord, this wire that's coming off the latch, doesn't rub and fray. So essentially it just needs to sit kind of underneath where that wire will be coming over as you open and close the bag. So I'll go ahead and get that stuck on there. Again, it's just some adhesive there, so just make sure there's no grease in this area, then go ahead and stick that on there and you should be good to go. So now the last thing we need to do is actually connect these little zip tie connectors inside the bag. And what I do is just kind of space them along here, put one here, and stretch this out to kind of the front corner. Put one about in there, one here, and so it sort of lines up with where the wire is going out to the bike. And again, there's just a backing on here. Make sure there's no grease around here. Put that on. Use the supplied zip ties. Again, all these are supplied, and then that'll just kind of manage that wiring inside the saddlebag. All right, so I've got the zip tie connectors here, here, and here. As you can see there. So that puts that pretty tightly up against the bag. But what I actually like to do is actually add a little bit of this black gaffer's tape, and I basically just tape that wire down so that it doesn't have any chance of getting caught or anything in the saddlebags. That's just a little touch that I do every time I put these on. Just gives it that a little bit more security, and then I can actually put my saddlebag liners over the top of that and not have to worry about them catching on these zip ties or where I cut those zip ties off. So no issues with that. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, and then we'll wrap this project up. That's the finished product in the dark. So now, as you can see, we have light on the bags. We have light on the front forks. Let's turn on the flashers and see what that looks like. So again, you can't really tell that the front fork lights are flashing, but they are indeed flashing. And now let's do brake lights. So the brake lights will only illuminate the back here. So let's see that. And again, it's hard to tell that those are flashing, but the latch lights are flashing as well. And now back into run mode again. Amber up in the front on those fork lights. And we got the red run in the back on the latch lights. So that's it, guys. We have now eliminated that vulnerability of not having any light on the side of this bike. This is great when you're riding in traffic. If you're like me, I commute. And so I feel much more comfortable when I have turn signals and lighting and brake lights illuminating from the side when you're in bumper to bumper traffic. It really just comes down to a matter of safety. If you do both of these projects in one evening, I would give yourself probably at least 2 hours to do this. The other thing I would say, if you're going to choose between the latch lights or the fork lights, I think the latch lights are the biggest bang for your buck because obviously it lights up a lot higher, more where cars would see it. But really having both of those on this bike makes me feel more comfortable. And I actually have the same setup on the other two bikes as well. So now everything is outfitted from a custom dynamics perspective the same. And I have that visibility from front and back and both sides, right and left. Hey guys, my name is Rick, and in today's video we're going to be upgrading the stock rear lighting on the Street Glide ST with some awesome custom dynamics products to really light up that back end and make you safer out on your rides. And we'll get into it right after this. That's right, guys, we're going to be upgrading the stock lighting on the rear of this Street Glide ST. As you know, coming from the factory, it does have this LED center brake light, but all it does is run and brake. And honestly, you can't from the side really get a view of the lighting, so it's not great, but as always, it meets minimum DOT requirements. And then we have these turn signals, but as you can see, this is in run mode. They don't illuminate unless you actually turn on the turn signals. And then we have these reflectors, which in my opinion, these are one of the ugliest things Harley Davidson has put on these bikes. But again, this meets minimum DOT requirements, but frankly, I don't feel safe. So today what we're gonna do, we're actually gonna start off by removing these reflectors. We're gonna replace this LED brake light, run and brake light with a custom dynamics product. We're gonna eliminate these turn signals. We're gonna add low profile sequential bag lights. We're also going to add filler lights in the fascia here to add much more light. And when we get all this done, I'm going to show you a comparison between what it looks like stock at night and what this looks like at night with all of this custom dynamics plug and play products, including I'll also be adding the magic strobe. I've got my heat gun. I'm going to go ahead and turn it all the way up on the highest heat setting, but again, I'm not exactly sure if I need this, but I think it's going to make it just a little bit easier to kind of peel this off. So let me warm this up and then see how this goes. So I've heated that up for just a few minutes and this reflector got pretty hot pretty quick. So it looks like to me if you just kind of pull up on this, it should peel that reflector off. And as you see, the reflector came off pretty easy, but it did leave the 3M tape on there, which actually is pretty gooey. So I think what I'm gonna do is just try to kind of peel that off now. And then I will actually use some adhesive remover, which I'll show you that in just a minute. So let me get this peeled off and we'll see how this does. I've got this side pretty cleaned up. Again, I think the heat gun works well to get it to this point, and I just kind of pushed it with my thumb. So now I'm actually gonna use this 3M automotive adhesive remover. I'm just gonna spray a little bit on there and let it set. So I'm gonna actually put my microfiber towel down here so it doesn't run down onto the pipes. And just let that set for just a minute. And now that that's set for just a few minutes, I'm just gonna kind of push, and that pretty much eats that stuff right off. So it's coming off real nice here. So I'm just gonna work on this. The other thing it does say is don't press too hard on this because it may dull the paint itself. So I'm gonna go ahead and keep working on this, and then we'll come back once I get this goo off of here. That worked out pretty well. As you can see, this is nicely cleaned up, and again, I think this stuff is a lifesaver. Again, this is the 3M Auto Adhesive Remover. So I just sprayed it on there a couple of times, and it got all of that gunk off there. So now I'm just going to finish up the other side, and then we'll be really ready to start putting some of the replacing and putting some of the new lighting on here. So with like any other Custom Dynamics products that I put on my bikes, these are also plug and play. And the harness that you're going to be connecting to really to control the rear of the bike is this one right here that's connected to your rear fender that's up underneath the seat. So if you disconnect this, you can see very clearly that this one goes to the rear of the bike. So that will be where we want to put in, and this is actually running up to the front of the bike. So these are the two connecting points that we're going to be using as we kind of go through this installation. And this is the magic strobe. So I'm actually going to go ahead and connect that before I start connecting any of the lighting to the rear of the bike. And this magic strobe will actually connect into this connecting point here that's actually running to the front of the bike, because the front of the bike is actually what is controlling this, and then everything behind this magic strobe will then make that strobing pattern. So if you connect this incorrectly and put the magic strobe last going in, anything that's plugged in before that will not strobe. So I'll just very simply plug the magic strobe in. And actually, if I wanted to use the magic strobe with just the setup I have here, I would just connect this into what's going back to the rear of the bike. You can't mess this up. There's really only one way to plug these in. So that will be it. And then on the magic strobe, underneath this little cap, you have your adjustments to change your settings as far as which pattern you want to put on this. And I usually use, I think it's the setting 6, which is the X pattern. So that's probably what I'll set this to once I get everything set up. I've got the magic strobe set up, so I'll just give you an example of what the magic strobe can do. If you just wanted to go with magic strobe at this point, it will actually allow this rear brake light to flash, and you'll check it out here. So that's pretty good, but I know we can improve upon this with a Custom Dynamics light that will actually give me wraparound lighting on this rear brake light. So now that we've got the Custom Dynamics magic strobe connected, and we know it operates the stock rear light, now I'm actually going to install filler panels, which will go right in here. So let's get into that now. Okay, so before we actually begin to install the lights, what I'm going to do is actually put the adapter that you need on this. So again, I've got my magic strobe plugged in coming from the front of the bike to here, and then I'm going to take my adapter, and again, there's one way that this will plug in like this. And then the other end, if that's all I wanted, I would plug it in here. The only other thing I need to get these to do run, brake, and turn are these two little adapters. And these will actually just connect into these little connectors here. And obviously, we got purple, I think it's purple, red, and black. So you want to make sure you get the right one. Purple, red, and black, which is this one. This end that I didn't plug into the front will actually go back to the back of the bike. So then in order to get brake on this, you actually need to use this Positap that you'll see this coming out of this adapter harness. And on the harness that comes with the kit, the filler light kits, you actually find this red wire right here. You slide this Positap over, and then you just screw this on. And what that does is essentially taps into the brake light line. All right, so I've got the right side filler light connected so that it will run, brake, and turn. So let's turn it on and we'll check it out here. So we've got obviously run. Now I'm going to turn on my right signal. We got nice bright flash, and then we should get brake. And we do. We get the magic strobe braking on that as well. So now I'm just going to repeat the process and get the left side connected, and then we'll be ready to actually put these into the filler panels in the back of the bike. Now we're ready to install the filler lights in here. So you can see I've kind of got the one on the other side there, dry fit, but the way these go, this has sort of a wider section here and a narrower section here. This goes to the outside, so you know this is the left side, and essentially it also has this 3M tape on it. So you'll kind of activate that 3M tape, peel this backing off, and then slide it in here. But you do want to make sure, obviously, that this is free of any dirt and dust and grease. So you want to kind of wipe that down with some alcohol to make sure that it's clean so that you do get a good stick on this. But I will say, you know, from dry fitting the other one, I don't have it stuck on there. They do stay in there pretty tight. So this is just really some added security. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, clean this up, peel this off, stick these in, and then reconnect them. And I'll show you what this looks like once we've got these put in the filler panel. So we've got the filler panel lights obviously installed on both sides. So they run just like the center run and brake light. We've got turn, right turn, and then we've got left turn, and then we'll have the strobing pattern from the Magic Strobe. This is the Custom Dynamics Turn Signal Eliminator Kit. We're actually going to be using this one up here in black. So there's a light illuminating down to illuminate your license plate bracket so you are legal in whatever state. So we got that. So this is what it'll look like once it's installed. So you see we don't have those dog bones anymore. This will bolt in where those dog bones were. Then we're going to replace this stock run and brake light with this Custom Dynamics Pro Beam light, which actually has bars, LED bars running around the side, so you get more visibility from the side. And this is also a much lower profile than the stock. So the first step in this is we need to actually remove this stock run and brake light. So it's really just a Phillips screwdriver on either side of this. So we're just going to loosen that up and take those two screws out. So now that I've gotten the screws out on either side of this rear tail light, this will then release, pretty simple. And then there's a connector in here, which I just need to disconnect to remove that tail light completely. Now that I have this disconnected, if I wanted to, I could now go ahead and connect the Custom Dynamics replacement light for this. However, we're actually going to remove this dog bone style for the eliminator kit. So now before I actually loosen the bolts on this dog bone style turn signals, I need to release the wires that operate that, which is going to be this one is a purple and black wire and a purple and black wire here. So I think if I just push in on the top here with my screwdriver, that will release that plug on that side, and then I'll do the same on this side. So now I've gotten those disconnected. Now I'm going to go back up under here. I'm going to loosen the bolt here, and then we should be able to eliminate this this whole kit here now. So I got this entire back assembly off, this turn signal assembly off, but as I showed you earlier, I disconnected the turn signal light here, but since this has lights here to illuminate your license plate bracket, in order to get that out, I actually had to cut this wire that's going into this slot here, and that will actually be where I'll feed my Custom Dynamics wiring through here, and then I'll actually have to splice it. I think that's the only solution I have. Typically Custom Dynamics things you don't have to splice. This is the power to illuminate the license plate, the LED license plate. So I went ahead and cut that, so I'll splice that in, and I'll show you that in just a minute. So here's the wires that I just mentioned I'll have to splice into, the white and the black wire that's actually coming off of. This is an LED license plate illumination light that's on there. And so what I did was I actually curved the plate to fit onto this curved bracket, and then I actually had to notch it right here. And Custom Dynamics actually gives you the template to mark where I needed to slot that or slice it, and then I just bend it down with the pliers so that it doesn't rub or fray this wiring that's controlling this license plate illumination LED there. So now I'm pretty much ready. They do have two supplied bolts that you will use to put right in here that will come out of these holes here, so I'll have to get back up underneath there, and it's a 1/2 inch I believe, and tighten that down. I'm going to clean this up as I've actually routed this black and white wire through the license plate holder through this hole with the grommet on the right side, and I'll pull this up, and then what I'll do now is just go ahead and connect this bracket with the 2 supplied bolts, which are 1/2 inch, and then that part will be done, and then I'll go ahead and splice these wires onto here to make sure that that's all good, and then this portion will be done, and then we'll be ready to move on to installing this new Custom Dynamics rear light on here. So now I've got the turn signal eliminator kit on. Again, it was just those 1/2 inch bolts that I ran up into there. And you do want to use the ones that come with the kit from Custom Dynamics because they're a little bit shorter than the stock ones. And then obviously we talked about splicing those wires, and I just kind of bunched them up in here so that they're ready to, they're kind of out of the way and they won't get smashed when I do put this next light on. And this is the light we'll be putting on. This is the ProBeam Custom Dynamics LED rear turn signal. Again, it's a low profile, and let me just show you the difference between this and the stock one. So there's a difference between the two. As you can see, this has sort of rows of LEDs, and this has sort of LED bars, which gives you light all the way around that, so you do get a little bit more illumination from the side. It does already have its own plug. So I just took the stock plug out of this bracket here, and then this will just plug in. And so the only thing we need to do is I need to put the waterproof gasket around this, and then we will reuse the stock screws that came with this rear light to connect this Custom Dynamics one back into this housing here, and then that should wrap it up. So the first step in putting this on, we actually have to put this supplied gasket on here. So it does have some sticky stuff on here, and I'm not sure what these 2 holes are for down here, but essentially it just kind of sticks in here like this. Go in there like that. So I'll peel that backing off and stick that in, and then we should be ready to go ahead and put the tail light in. And then you will reuse, again, these 2 screws that came in the original headlight, but there are some nylon washers that come in the kit, so you'll use those instead of the metal ones that came on the stock rear light. So again, this is just going to plug in where the stock one was plugged in previously, so we got good connection there. And then it goes in this orientation here, and you just kind of get it on that housing. And then with your Phillips screwdriver, we'll put in the 2 screws that go on the side here to hold it in. And then I'll get the other side started. So we'll just keep tightening it down until it becomes hand tight. It doesn't turn anymore. You don't have to over tighten this again. It's kind of going into plastic. Okay, so I got that tightened down. So now we're ready to take a look at this and see what this looks like. We've got it in run mode. As you can see, this is much brighter. And obviously I've got this additional lighting here to the side for turn signal, run, brake, and turn. This will be run and brake. And then obviously I got my LED illuminating my license plate bracket. So we've got that all set up. The only thing that I have left to do that I'm not going to show you on camera because I've already done a video on this is actually put on low profile sequential bag lights. Again, those will be lights kind of running across the bags here. So I'm not going to bore you with that, but if you do, I will have a link to that down in the description as well as at the end if you would like to check out the full install video. So, okay guys, so I just finished putting on the low profile sequential bag lights. That really puts the wraps on this back end. I mean, look at how much more light that is on this rear end compared to stock. Now, I've got run, turn, and brake on the bags and here in the fillers, and then this is run and brake. And as you can see, these LEDs are super bright. Before we wrap up, I'm going to show you a little comparison between stock at night and Custom Dynamics rear end with turn signal eliminator. Again, we started the day with removing those reflectors, which honestly don't do much. And then we really started getting into all this, including putting that magic strobe on here that gets everything to strobe. So guys, that's right. In today's video, we're going to be talking about headlights. And what I want to do is cover 3 topics with you today. So first, I'm going to cover the specifications that you should be looking for and some of the terminology around these LED headlights or headlights that go on these Harley Davidson touring motorcycles. Secondly, I'm going to show you how to install a headlight on a road glide. It's a little more complicated than on the Batwing, but not too difficult, so we'll show you how to do that. And then lastly, we're going to do some on-road at-night comparisons between the stock Harley Davidson Daymaker that comes on the 2020 and newer road glides to the Custom Dynamics XX LED headlight. And we'll get into all that right after this. That's right, guys, we're going to cover 3 things today. So first, let's start off with sort of the specs or the technical specs that you should be looking for in your headlight for your touring bike. So the first thing that is often talked about is lumens. So what is lumens? That's the amount of light that headlight is projecting out into the darkness or out into the area in front of the bike. So pretty much just how bright is it? So the next thing is color temperature. So there's a range on color temperature between, I think, starting around 2,000, which is a very yellow light, all the way up to 10 or 15,000 that is almost a blue light. So I think on that higher end, it's probably illegal because it's blue, and on the lower end, you're not going to get much output, and that's probably where you're going to be if you have some of the halogen bulbs, and if you really have those, you really want to consider changing out your headlight. So the next thing you want to think about when you're looking at a headlight is the beam type. And what do I mean by beam type? So is it a reflector type headlight where essentially the bulb is pushing the light backwards and there's essentially mirrors in that housing that pushes light out and disperses it out into the road in front of you? Or is it a projector style, which basically is just shooting the beam straight out, and that typically will give you the most intense light. Last thing you want to look at is really the bulb type, right? So is it an LED or is it a halogen? Thank goodness Harley Davidson has quit putting these halogen headlights in most of the bikes. I think all the touring bikes now have LEDs, so that's an upgrade. But they do have the reflector style LEDs, which, as we just talked about, oftentimes disperses that light, in a broad pattern, but it's not very concentrated and oftentimes not very bright, nor will you get the distance on that light out in front of the bike to give you the best lighted path, especially at nighttime. All right, so we covered all the specs that you probably should be looking for when you're trying to decide to upgrade or change out your stock light on your Harley Davidson touring motorcycle. So let's do some comparison. Again, this is the headlamp that I'm actually going to be putting into the Road Glide. Again, this is the Custom Dynamics XX LED headlight. So as you can see, it has the X pattern in here, and once we get this out in the dark or outside, I'll show you, and you'll be able to see the pattern once we get this installed. But let's talk about some differences between this and the stock Harley Davidson Daymaker, which a lot of people think the Daymaker was a huge improvement, which it is over the halogen bulbs, but really it's not that great. And if you've ridden a while with that, you'll know that they're really just not that bright and potentially not giving you the best view, especially at night when you're out riding. So really it becomes somewhat of a safety factor, although obviously it meets DOT specifications. So we talked about lumens first. Again, that's sort of the output of the light, right? So the Harley Davidson Daymaker on the low beam has 1,060 lumens. Okay, now compare that to this Custom Dynamics. It has 2,400, or more than 2 times the amount of lumens or output on the low beam. Then we switch to the high beam, and the Harley Davidson Daymaker has 1,560 lumens. And this Custom Dynamics light here, 4,100. So about 2.5 times or almost 3 times the amount of light output that you get from the Custom Dynamics. So let's talk color temperature. We looked at and talked about the color temperature a little bit. Now Harley Davidson on their Daymaker does not give you a color temperature. I'm not sure why, but they don't give you that specification. What I've noticed and what you'll see here is that the light is a bit more yellow. So my guess it's probably under 5,000 maybe a little bit over 4,000 or maybe slightly under 4,000, but somewhere in that 4,000 to 5,000 range on color temperature. So it's more of a yellowish white than a bright white. Now this Custom Dynamics, the XX light here that we'll be putting in, that is listed by Custom Dynamics as 6 to 6,500 on the color temperature. So it's really getting into that real white, bright white, but not getting to blue. And if you get into that blue range, oftentimes those are actually illegal in a lot of states. So this light is DOT and ECE approved for the amount of output and the color temperature that's on it. Now let's talk about the beam type. So the Harley-Davidson Daymaker, which I covered just a little bit ago, that's a reflector type bulb. And essentially it's pushing the light back into a mirrored or reflective pattern in there, and it's dispersing that light out. So it gives you a big wide pattern, but oftentimes not the brightest. Now this one, the Custom Dynamics headlight, projector beams on low beam that are right here in the middle, and we'll see that when we get outside in the dark. And then when you go to high beams, it's a combination of the projectors still from your low beams, and then there's reflective LEDs up here throwing out a big wider dispersed area on the high beam. So that's really the specs and the comparison between these two. So now what I want to do is actually show you how to change out the headlight on this Rogue Glide, which in order to do that, you have to get this front fairing off. If you haven't taken the fairing off, it's pretty simple. You've got these screws up here on the windshield, reflector air vent up here that you have to pull off. You've got some bolts in both speaker pods. The speaker pod grills off to get to those. Then you have coming in from the back of the inner fairing, you have a couple screws on your wind deflectors. You only need to take out the bottom one. And then you have two screws, one on either side, going your turn signals into the inner fairing to hold it all together. So I'm not going to bore you with all that. There's a lot of videos out there, and I probably have one out there where I've shown you how I've taken this off. But I'm going to go ahead and take all of that off. Then we'll start back up with how you take out the old headlight and install this new Custom Dynamics headlight. We've got the fairing completely off, which reveals the headlight and the assembly that goes with it. So you've got these little Christmas tree connections here into the headlight. So we're actually just going to push those through to kind of get that out of the way. 4 bolts that hold this headlight assembly on. There's one here, one back here, and 2 down here on the bottom. And those are 3/16 Allen. So we're just going to go ahead and loosen those up. 4 bolts out, so now that will loosen this up, and that will just come out. Right here we have the connection for the harness. So you just lift that up, that tab, and slip that out. And then your headlight is free and ready for the new one to be installed. The other piece that you'll need to take off if you want to keep this completely stock is there's some screws here and here that take these side covers off, which you want to reinstall that on your new headlight, or if you go ahead and upgrade it this time, which I may actually do and show you that while we're doing this, is I'm actually going to put some vent lights that go right here by Custom Dynamics as well. That will fill this gap and also provide another daylight running light and a turn signal up here on the headlight to give you more visibility when you're going into those turns. So we're ready to put this Custom Dynamics light in, hook this up to the harness. Again, this is plug and play, so no big deal there. Just make sure you get it lined up right. The tab here has to go over this little snap lock here on the top, so lock it in. So now that I've got it sort of aligned in here, I'm going to go ahead and bolt this up in the 4 different positions, 2 the top, 2 in the bottom, just like we had on the stock one. And we're reusing the stock hardware on this, the bolts. While I have everything opened up in the bike, it only makes sense. I'm going to go ahead and put these Custom Dynamic vent lights on, attach those to the headlights. So I'll show you how to do that. Okay, so to put this on, it's pretty simple. There's a hole in this vent here. And there's a tab on here which will slide in there. And then you have your opening here for your screw that's at the top. We'll go into this opening here. And then there's one in the bottom that'll go down in the bottom. So you just get that lined up. Make sure you route your wire in between this connecting point on the headlight and this tab here so you don't pinch it. So just slip the tab in and then get the screw holes aligned, and then just go ahead and put your stock screws back in and these are T25s. So I got both of the vent lights connected in. We got the headlight all connected in. So I just need to do a little cleanup here. I got to put these Christmas trees back in. And then we're going to move up here. I'll show you how real quick to connect in these vent lights with the turn signals on this. And again, these, I think you can get these actually in chrome with the chrome mesh, or you can get them in this vivid black or shiny black with a chrome instead of a black mesh as well. So a couple different combinations that you can get on those if you want to go chrome versus black. The wiring coming up from that vent light, it's got a splitter on it, and this is not the original plug-in. It's actually here because I have some other custom dynamics lights that are running off the turn signals. But essentially, you'll plug this male end into the female end like this, and then you have this additional plug then to actually plug your original turn signals that are out on the fairing. Now, once I get this other side connected, I get these wires sort of wire managed. I'll go ahead and start putting on the fairing, but before we kind of close everything up, there's one other product I'm going to put on here before we go out and do some test runs of comparing the stock headlight to the Custom Dynamics headlight. All right guys, so I'm working on getting this all buttoned up. I've got most of the screws at least in loose, but before I wrap it up, I'm actually going to install these LED windshield trim lights that go up here. Again, these are going to run in white, and they're going to do sequential amber. And they'll just bolt in right here once I get the windshield on and hold the windshield on. And they do come with their own screw hardware because it's a little bit different obviously for this. And it does have a wiring harness. And again, that's just going to plug into what we just put in down below. You're going to just put the male into the female like this. And that will plug into this splitter right here. Push that in, and essentially we've got this all connected up. Okay, so I popped the air vent on the top back in, and you can see I've got the wiring running back behind the air vent for these trim turn signals here. Then you'll put your windshield in place, and you're going to use again the supplied screws that Custom Dynamics sends with this. And there's actually 3 washers that go in here. There's a large metal washer, a small metal washer goes next, and there's a rubberized washer that goes there that'll actually go through the vent trim and into the hole. So just kind of get it all lined up and get them started. And these are actually 1/8 Allens on the end. So you kind of get those loosely lined up so that everything aligns. And then go ahead and screw those in. So I'm going to go ahead and get these all lined up, get them screwed in, and then we'll show you what the final product is before we head out and test this headlight to compare to the stock headlight setup. Finished product. So we got more turn signal, around the headlights as well as up by the windshield trim. You may have to sync this if you don't have any other LED turn signals on your bike. You got to sync the BCM. So essentially what you do is run it in 4-way mode for a couple of minutes, and it will sync everything up. There we have all white running lights up front now, so you have them around the headlights. We've got the X pattern headlights. We've got the Gen 4 turn signals down below that. Then obviously we've got the turn signal daytime running lights up on the windshield trim. And then we've got those fog lights down below that we installed in a previous video, and I'll have a link to that video down in the description if you're interested in learning more about those as well. All right guys, so now that we've got everything installed, we're going to go ahead and compare this headlight to the stock Harley Davidson headlight. Again, I've added some other components, but that really won't affect the throw of the light out on the road. I think we're going to get an apples to apples comparison between this Custom Dynamics XX headlight and the Harley Davidson Daymaker. So I'll see you out on the road next. You saw probably the Harley Davidson Daymaker big disbursement of light, but not very intense, versus the Custom Dynamics with that projector beam, very bright white light, and again, much wider than the Harley Davidson. So leave some comments down below, guys. What did you think of the comparison of those two headlights? Which one would you go with if you were going to upgrade your headlight? Is there another headlight that you might select over this? Again, this is a XX Custom Dynamics, lifetime LED guarantee on those, versus a Harley. Any Harley lights is only a 1-year guarantee on the LEDs. Better warranty from Custom Dynamics. Also, we installed some of these trim lights up here on the windshield. We installed these day running lights down here in the vent lights, which gives you some more daytime running light, as well as additional flash when you are going into a turn, so that people can see at a higher level. You've got turn signals all the way up and down this. As you know, I got Custom Dynamics all over this bike. We've even got turn signals down on the forks, and we've got them in the saddlebag latches themselves. So I'm really visible from the side, the front, and visible from the back as well, with all of this lighting that I put on this bike. Provides another level of safety so that I can be seen either day or night on this bike, which is important to me, because at the end of the day, I want to come home safe to my family. So guys, I am super excited to bring you this video today. We are actually going to be looking at the Shark Demon. You may say, well, Rick, I've heard all about the Shark Demon and these performance style headlights. But guys, this one is different. This is the Shark Demon 2, and you may see it here first. This has just been recently released by Custom Dynamics. So what we're going to do today is I'm actually going to tell you a little bit about the difference between the Shark Demon 1 and the Shark Demon 2. And believe it or not, this one actually is brighter and puts more lumens out than the original. Secondly, I'm going to show you how to install this on your Road Glide, and the installation on the Shark Demon 2 is actually a little bit easier than the original. And lastly, stay tuned. I am actually going to show you on the road comparison at night between the Shark Demon 2 and a stock Harley Davidson Daymaker. And we'll get into all that right after this. So that's right, guys, we're going to be actually talking about the Shark Demon 2. This is the new and improved version that has just come out from Custom Dynamics in the last couple of days, probably at the time of the release of this video. So what did they improve upon? Well, they made this thing brighter. Believe it or not, brighter than the original Shark Demon 1, and it's still DOT compliant. So effective lumens on low beam has increased by 91%, and on high beam it has increased by 39%. The other thing they did was they actually made this with fewer parts for the installation process in terms of putting the kit together. Everything is included in this package for the installation on your Road Glide. So the other thing that Custom Dynamics listened to the customers was when people had amps up in their fairing, they had a problem and they couldn't really get these lights installed, and that's a problem with these other brands of this similar style that are not DOT compliant. But they actually came out and just released this mounting bracket if you happen to have an amp. This is a spacer. I don't have an amp in there currently, but I have this in case I would put an in-fairing amp in the future, so I can go ahead and adjust for that. So the other thing they've updated also is if you had the vent lights next to your headlight, I currently have the double X in here with the little daylight running and turn signals that run next to that. You couldn't put that on the first version. Well, they've come up with an adapter for that, and actually if you order the day running lights, the vent lights for your Road Glide now, they actually have that adapter so it will fit on this Shark Demon 2 light. So again, typical Custom Dynamics fashion, they've listened to their customers, they've updated this, they've made it simpler to install, it has more effective lumens coming off of this, and once we get this installed, I'll actually show you again on the road comparison between the Daymaker and this light, and I think you will be impressed. We've gone on over the specs and the difference between the Shark Demon 1 and the new Shark Demon 2 kit. And so now we're actually going to install it. And I'm going to try to do this as quickly as possible so not to waste any of your time. In order to do that, I'm actually not going to show you, but I'm going to remove this fairing so that we can get this headlight out. to begin that installation process. And as you can see, I actually have the double X headlight in here, which really was a huge improvement over the stock Harley-Davidson Daymaker. And I have a video on that if you're interested in finding out how to install this, as well as a comparison between the Daymaker and that. That was a huge improvement. But once we put the Shark Demon 2 in here, that is even going to be brighter than this and still be DOT compliant. So let me get this fairing off and we'll start the installation. All right guys, so I have the fairing completely removed. Actually, in the Custom Dynamics directions, it steps you through step by step everything you need to do. So I didn't want to bore you with that, but as you can see, I've got the double X headlight that I had in here from Custom Dynamics out. And so we really have that all ready and set to go for the Shark Demon. So let's open up this Shark Demon box and see what we got inside. All right guys, so as you can see, it's nicely packed in this really nice box. Some nice pictures. This is what it'll look like once we get it actually on the bike. So let's open this up. Again, this is the Shark Demon 2, the complete kit. So we've got a nice sticker here, Shark Demon sticker. We've got, as usual, in color instructions, installation instructions from Custom Dynamics. What you get in the kit, shown here, the 2 lights, the harness that will connect the light into the bike. We got some bracket for mounting. So everything you need is in this kit. So here's the light, well packaged. Again, this is waterproof, IP67, I believe. I didn't mention that earlier. This is a nice metal housing, vented, so you get that heat off of there. These actually do put out less heat than the original Shark Demon. So again, another upgrade by Custom Dynamics at the same price. Here's your connectors. So we have 2 of these mounting brackets in the kit. This is actually what the lights will mount up to. Got a hardware kit here that we'll be using for some of the bolts. And we've got this harness that will connect the light into the bike. We've got a weatherproof stripping that will go on the top of the bracket to make sure that we don't get any water into under the fairing. And then this is our last mounting bracket. This will actually be the one I believe that mounts up to the bike. And I think this one looks a little bit different than the Shark Demon 1. All right, so the first bracket we need is this one that looks like this. This is actually going to mount to the top holes where we took out the headlight, right here and right here. And we're actually going to use the stock bolts that we took the headlight out with. So it will slide up into here like this. And I've got a lot of wiring in there, but then just put those stock bolts in there where we mounted the headlight previously. And one on this side. And now I'll go ahead and tighten those up. All right, so now that I've got that bracket installed, we're actually ready to connect the Y harness. And again, this portion will just go into your stock connector that goes into the bike. And then you have this splitter that goes to the actual headlights themselves. So I went ahead and connected that Y connector into the stock harness. And then what you want to do is have this one that has the white plug on the clutch side. That'll be for your left headlight. And then the other portion of that Y connector over to the right side. All right, so next we're actually ready to mount the headlights up to these brackets. So in this instance, this is the left bracket. So you want this tab up and to your left. And then the other one will be the opposite or the mirror image of that with that tab up to the right. In this case, this would be the left light. And you can see this tab goes up to the left, and then there's a mirror image for the right. And essentially this plug will go through this hole. Then you use these supplied black bolts and flat washers to connect 1, 2, 3, 4 of those into the side of the light, which connect right into here. All right, so I've got both of those mounted up. In this case, this tab is up here. This is the right light. And what I wanted to show you is there's a bolt here and a bolt here. This one is actually where your adjustment will be. There's some up and down movement on that. So what I did for now, at least, until we can get these aimed, I actually stuck that in the middle so it's equidistant between up and down. And then same on this side. So I tightened those up. So I've got the right one, and then we've got the left. So the right and the left, again, with those tabs to my right up at the top, and then the tab up to the left for the left one. So your left and your right should look like this once you get them all bolted up. Next, we're actually going to use these 4 bolts to bolt those brackets with the headlights onto the mounting bracket that we put on first. Again, these actually I think are 5mm hex heads on here, and they have these split washers. Those are all in a separate packet in the kit as well. So the 4 bolts that I previously showed you will actually hold this onto that original mounting bracket. So there's one that will go here, and that connects up toward the top of one of the lips going up there. And then there's one here that will connect right here in the middle. There's a hole right there for both sides of these. So basically 2 bolts will hold that up there. And then this last opening will actually cover this stock opening where we had the headlight bolted in. We're not going to bolt that in yet because we have a mounting plate that will go over the top of that. All right, so I've got both of them connected up in there into that mounting bracket. Again, just make sure your alignment is very, very on point so that these 2 holes line up with the original mounting point for the headlight. I actually had to loosen that first bracket a little bit and adjust it upward. And then what I did was I actually put the original bolt in there to hold these brackets from the headlights so that they were lined up appropriately. And then I went ahead and started in the middle and then put these outside ones on to get them mounted up. So to get this final plate in here, which is to kind of cover and waterproof this, this bracket was here holding some of this wiring. And to be honest, it wasn't in the instruction, but there's no way that I could get that to fit. So I popped that off, pushed all that wiring up and behind these headlights. I actually have a CB module in here, so I'm going to get that wire back behind this plate as well. But now that I've gotten that out of the way, this plate should go on here pretty smoothly. So let me get this kind of dry fit mounted up here. And that's the way that will go on there. And you've got a bolt that goes in there, and then 2 bolts that go down here to cover that and hold that in place. And then we just got to slide that rubber-proof gasket on there. So I'm going to go ahead and bolt that up. Again, you're going to use the supplied bolts to mount this plate onto the front of this. All right, so we've got the lights all mounted up. I got this outside cover plate mounted up. The last thing I need to do is actually just put this gasket on here, and you'll see it just kind of pushes onto the top of that plate there. And then the last thing we need to do, if you do want to reuse these lights, Dynamics actually now includes these speed nuts in those day running light vent turn signals. And instead of, since you don't have anything to bolt or screw these Torx screws into anymore, there's this little spot right here where those little points kind of come in there to hold it on there. So you essentially put that up there, slip that speed nut on the back and just kind of press it into place. And with those speed nuts, we can still use these vent lights with the Shark Demon headlights. So now that we've got everything hooked up, we know that everything is operating appropriately. I'm going to go ahead and put the fairing on. Again, I'm not going to bore you with that. And then we'll take a look at this with the fairing on. All right, guys, that's the finished product. I've got the fairing all put back together. As you can see, I got my day running lights reattached. Those speed nuts did the trick, and they're very tight in there actually after that fairing went on there. Everything bolted up real nice. Nice aggressive look. So now, before we wrap up the video, I'm going to go take you outside and we are going to check out how bright these lights are when we're out on the road as compared to the Harley Daymaker. So guys, we're back in the garage, and those videos, I've reviewed them, and the difference you can see in those videos between the Daymaker and the Shark Demon 2 on the low beam, it's night and day difference. The Shark Demon 2 is very much more intense. The beam is much wider. I could actually see much better, and the amount of light, it was dark in both of those, so it was about the same amount of darkness. So there was no difference from that perspective, and that was just raw footage that I took with the GoPro that I have mounted up here on the fairing. incredible. And I even had it out in the parking lot and just had it on, and it was incredible how far that beam went out, how intense it still was, and how wide. And that parking lot actually had street lights on it, and it was still super intense. So a couple things I didn't mention. One, the aiming process. You want to do that before you get that fairing and that front mounting plate on there. I set it in the middle, which is pretty darn close to where it should be, if not right on. But to aim these, again, you move the bike back 25 feet from a wall, and you want that beam, the top of that beam, to hit about 36 inches up on that wall. So obviously adjust as you see fit for the best setup for your particular purposes and what you think lights up the road the best for you. Where I've got it now, I think it's pretty darn good.